And we're going to talk about coaching cliches later on in the show.
Listen, according to Next Man Up, you should be ready to go.
Yeah, and that's, I got to tell you,
You're the only one I know who doesn't like Next Man Up.
No, I just think it's the dumbest thing in sports.
Because if Next Man Up doesn't work, then the team's over when the current crop of players is done.
If Patrick Mahomes goes down to the Chiefs Super Bowl favorite, stop. No, they're not. It's the dumbest thing in sports. It's the dumbest thing in sports.
You're not making any sense.
No, I'm not. It's the dumbest thing in sports. And I know you're trying to get me riled up, and that's fair. But it's the dumbest thing in sports.
I sincerely don't understand.
If that argument is true, you know what that means? That means that means my local middle school should be able to beat NFL teams because, hey, next man up.
You are taking in a direction that is not where it is.
Okay, so there is a line somewhere where next man up won't work anymore because the quality and talent. I am asking you to explain it to me.
All right, so if there is no such thing as next man up, then how are their new teams coming in? How are their new players coming in? Because that new player, that next set of players, those are the next man up. Those are absolutely the next man up.
Correct. And you were looking at it from a macro scale instead of looking at it as this is the team that has to play tonight. This is the team that is on the bench right now. And if this team on the bench right now loses 6 starters, you don't pull 6 of the next guys up and think you're as good as another NHL MVP.
Coaching, general managers, owners, whatever. You bring someone in to be the next guy in case that guy goes down. Yes, quality is going to go down some. But the game plan doesn't change.
Oh, what was that? Sorry. Go back one sentence. It was what?
Quality is going to go down.
Okay, that's all I need.
Because of preparation. Because you don't get the same preparation if you're next man up.
Mm-hmm.
Because you don't get the reps. As we all know, you don't get the reps because the ones get those, and then the twos have to come in with limited reps and do what they can. And some have excelled when they've been given that chance.
Some have.
Yeah,
some have.
We're going to find out Sunday when Tyler Shuck gets in there.
We absolutely are.
But here's the difference, though. He was named starter earlier, so he gets all the number 1 reps. He is the next man up, though. And we're going to see if the next man up, how he's able to play.
I don't know how to explain the difference between Tyler Shuck replacing Spencer Rattler and the Carolina Hurricanes being down 5 starters. I don't know how to explain the difference. If that doesn't resonate, I don't know how to explain it.
So should they have forfeited?
No, that's not how sports works.
Well,
but
it can happen on
to look
lower
at
sports, yeah. So it is how sports work, not that particular sport.
To look at what happened last night for the Carolina Hurricanes, for example, and I could point at the Hornets as well, with Brandon Miller being down with a shoulder injury and a couple other guys banged up as well. I can point this out with certain teams that when I look at a loss 6-3 at the crib last night, first time losing back-to-back games for the Canes last night, if I look at that and go, this is a team that is missing 5 guys that are either starters or second line guys. And in hockey, second line guys is like they're just as important as the starters because they're getting just as much time on the ice. If I am looking at a team missing as many dudes as the Hurricanes are, it is fair to have the thought of, let's not panic about that particular loss, even if it was 6-3 on home ice. It was bad. You've now dropped 2 in a row for the first time on the season. It is an early season. You're only 9 games in, but you are now 6-3 when you started off, 5-0 or whatever it was. And to say, we don't need to panic about it, but then you do have to look at it from the macro perspective, which is, do we get to the end of the year? Do we have the Hurricanes fighting for a playoff spot in the East? Do we look back at the beginning of the season when we were only 9 games in and go, something went wrong? We had so many injuries stack up on top of each other all at the same time. You end up on a run. And again, it's only 2 losses in a row, 3 out of 9 on the season. But if they start to stack up now and you find yourself playing from behind 75 games from now and you're fighting for a spot, then I think you have to be concerned. So I think it is fair in a spot like this to have some level of concern now about what the impact at the end of the season might be. I go back to our annual baseball conversation that we have when it is April 15th and a team is a week and a half into the season. And you go, yeah, they're still gelling. They're still finding their chemistry. They're still trying to figure out who they are and what guys need to be in what spots in the lineup and what guys need to play what positions in the field and yada, yada, yada. But this is the spot in the season, the baseball equivalent. This is the spot in the season where I come on and there's a Tuesday night game against the Mets that the Braves go out there and punch themselves in their own groin and lose. And half of y'all go, Rob, it's April. Relax. There's 180 more games to go. Take a chill pill, bro. There's a lot of baseball. And I say, yeah. And how many teams missed out on a spot by a game? The Jays.
Congratulations on being right. The Braves did suck last year.
Yeah, the Braves did suck last year. I was
way to go, you.
Dead on accurate about that. That is 1,000% correct. But when I talk about those one games, when I'm ripping games in April and you guys are going, it's one game, Rob, like relax. There's so many games left to go. The Toronto Blue Jays are currently playing in the World Series. They won last night over the LA Dodgers. That series is now tied at 2 games apiece. We're going to get into that, both because the Jays kind of found their groove last night. You do have to ask the question about an 18-inning hangover and why it was that seemed to impact the Dodgers more than it impacted the Blue Jays last night. But to talk about the importance of any given one game in baseball, the Blue Jays and the Yankees, when the season ended, had the same record. The Jays had a tiebreaker over the Yankees. Do you know what that got them? That got them the number 1 overall seed in the American League. That got the Yankees sent to a wild card role. It got the Jays playing every series in Toronto, not having to play a wild card game, but every other series, the DS, the CS, being played in Toronto. And that meant that in Game 7 against Seattle, a team that may or may not have been a better baseball team, they had to go to Seattle for Game 6 and 7. I don't know that the Jays go on the road to Seattle and win Game 6 and 7, but they were able to do it at home. That's why one game matters. That's why it is that I start to flip out in April when baseball teams, and I can do this about any other game too, right? Like I was on BetMGM tonight last night, and we were talking about the Indianapolis Colts. Brad Evans asked me, he's like, are you in on this team as a legitimate National Football League championship team? And the answer was, I wasn't until this past weekend, and now I am. And I am now because of the realization that Danny Dimes was never the guy that they brought in to be the franchise. They brought Danny Dimes in to be good enough. And that's exactly what he did. They didn't ask Danny Dimes to come in and be Patrick Mahomes. They didn't ask Danny Dimes to come in and be Josh Allen. They asked Danny Dimes to come in and say, hey, we built a pretty good team around here. We need a quarterback that is going to be consistent and talented, because Anthony Richardson's just not that guy. So they bring in Danny Dimes. They do not heap the weight of the franchise on him. They say, dude, we just want you to be the last piece of the puzzle. And it worked out. So I'm having this conversation with Brad Evans last night. And he said, are you in on the Colts as a legitimate National Football League Lombardi Trophy winning football team? And I said, yeah. And I said, one of the reasons why was, go look at the schedule that they have played so far. 7-1. And it's not a great 8-run schedule. Like, it's not a great 8 games that they've played. They have only played 2 or 3 teams that have winning records at this point. Denver was 1. They won that game by a point. The Chargers were 1. They lost that game. That's the only game they've lost. Oh, excuse me. The Chargers won. They beat the Chargers, Justin Herbert. But as far as good quarterbacks they beat, that's pretty much the list. It's pretty much Bo Nix and Justin Herbert. They lost to the Rams, and that's kind of where they are right now. So I said, I'm interested in the second half of the season because the Chargers have the, I would say, probably 3rd or 4th most difficult second half of the schedule left out in front of them. But the take about the Colts for me was, I could see this AFC South. I could see this being a division that comes down to the wire. because I look at a Jaguars team that we've seen good, we've seen bad, and it's just been a lack of consistency out of this team. They've kind of bounced back and forth. They won 3 in a row. They turn around and they lose 2 in a row, and they forget how to play offense. Now they get the Raiders and the Texans. That could be back-to-back wins. If they get back-to-back wins, which I think they will, now they're sitting at 6-3. They're right there in the back pocket. This might come down to the back half of the season, and the difference between the Colts and the Jags is that including having to play each other twice. The Jags have a dramatically easier schedule left ahead of them. They've got the Raiders. They've got the Texans. They've got the Cardinals. They've got the Titans twice. They've got the Jets. Like, dramatically easier schedule. And this is why I put such an emphasis on early season games when there's a lot of, let the guys find their flow. Let the guys find their time. The Colts, really hot out of the gate. This is, again, why I look back at the Jags losing to the Bengals in week 2. And granted, Joey B was there, different ball club. But again, that Bengal defense is booty cheeks, man. So this is why I look back at that game, because I go, if I'm Jacksonville, 5-2 when I'm looking at the Colts at 7-1 feels a hell of a lot better than 4-3. I go back to the Seahawks game. They lose that game 20-12. It was a winnable game. They left points on the field. It was very obvious. That's a game that I go, all right, 5-2. And if you stack both of those very winnable football contests and turn them both into wins, you're tied for the division. It may be a little hard to chase down. Again, Colts have a tougher schedule down the road. The Jags will get 2 chances to tag L's onto the back of it. So what happens if the Jags get both? If the Jags were to get 2 wins worth of credit right now over the Colts, what does that do? You're still a game out. You're still a game out, and you're a game out with a loss to the Bengals that you didn't need to take against a bad defense and a loss to the Seahawks that you didn't need to take. Right? Like, that's what I'm talking about. And this is why I get all up in arms about early season games. But I also attribute it to, this is why when I see something happen like I did last night with the Hornets, Brandon Miller, this is problematic. Brandon Miller goes down. They get hammered by the Heat last night. He'll get rechecked for his shoulder injury tonight. They are back from a 3-game roadie this evening. Well, I guess they got back last night. He'll be checked today. But Brandon Miller goes down. All of a sudden, the entire front 5 chemistry of that Hornets team goes to hell and back. I look at the Carolina Hurricanes, even more influential. They lost Shane Gottisbehere last night. He's like the 5th or 6th significant role player that is down for Carolina. And they are stacking L's now, 2 in a row, 3 of the last 4. They're now stacking, and it is because of injury. That is not an excuse. That is a reason. It is because of the fact that the Canes could build with their injured list a better starting 5 than at least 3 or 4 teams in the NHL. That's how many guys are down. That's a reason, not an excuse. But the reason that you want to say right now, don't panic, it's early in the season, understandable, is the Blue Jays. The Blue Jays. The Blue Jays only got the 1 seed and only got to host every series and only got to host the ALCS against the Mariners and only get to go back to Toronto for at least a game 6 because you got one more in LA. It is tonight. Then we got a day off Friday and Saturday. We hit back to Toronto for 6 and 7. They only get to host 6 and 7 because they won that division, not even by a game. They were tied with the Yankees. They got a tie break. Like, not even by a game. This is why when I come on the show in April of baseball season, when I come on the show in October of hockey season or October of the NBA season, and I say, what happened last night was stupid. Or what happened last night is a bad spot to take an L. Completely rational. That's what I'm looking for. Completely rational that the Hurricanes lost the game last night with the number of injuries they have. But that doesn't mean you shouldn't be concerned about it now. Because if you get to the spot late in the year, or even if you get into the postseason, if you are going on the road in the Eastern Conference semis or the Eastern Conference finals, if you're playing on the road because you dropped 4 or 5 out of 6 early in the season because your team stacked injuries, puts you in a real difficult spot to try to change the narrative in the East that you're just always going to be a second-place team until the Florida Panthers implode. If you're the Hornets right now and you're looking at We could be a 500 ball club, and 500 is good enough to get you into the play-in tournament. If you're looking and going, we might be a 500 ball club, and we want to make sure that we're in the conversation in the East, which right now you are. Again, we're 4 games into the season. You're sitting at the 7 seed right now. That's a playing spot. If you want to stay in that position around 500, which is good enough to get in, these games matter right now. And I'm more concerned about the Hornets, because if you lose Brandon Miller for a couple of games, and all of a sudden, when you were on a hater right out of the gate, you lose one guy, all of a sudden you drop 2 games, and not just drop 2 games, but like you're getting your asses kicked. Hey, if you just lost to Miami, you lost to Miami. That's a ball. That's a decent ball club. You lose to Miami, that's one thing. You lost 144-117. All 5 starters in double digits, nobody more than 20. And it wouldn't have been that close, but LaMelo balled out last night. So this is why I make a big deal out of early season games. This is why nights like what happened last night. Charlotte FC at home last night. They are the only home team to lose in the first round of the MLS playoffs. There were 9 home playoff squads, including the wild card, 9 home playoff games up until last night. All 8 of them went the way of the home team until Charlotte FC lost 1-0 to New York City FC last night. These are, and you can point at it with a couple of different factors that mattered in that game, but you're in a spot now where the next game's on the road at New York City FC. They have all the momentum in the world. They get a chance to stack the goal total in the act. It's not great. And it's those little 1-game mistakes that will kill your chance to hoist a trophy at the end of the year. All right, we got a lot to get to today on the program. We've got some developing news out of the NCAA that Greg Sankey said, hey, we don't want you to allow athletes to wager on professional games. I'll give you Greg Sankey's reason and why the NCAA has said we're going to pause that conversation. I want to ask the question, how did Lane Kiffin go from a joke in college football to the most sought-after candidate for everybody's head coaching job? I have a thought, and I'll share that with you coming up. All that and more. He's Lonzo. I'm Rob. 4 hours starts now. It's the Fan Upstate.
Mad World.
All right, guys, good morning. Welcome in. Joe, everybody else watching in the background, stay right there. We'll be right back. The Rob Brown Show back on your radio. It's the Fan Upstate. Rob Brown, the Great Malonzo, and you. Can I tell you what I think might be? Might be, because we don't know if it's going to happen yet or not. But what might be the most compelling college football storyline of this weekend? There's a lot of good ones. There's the consistency of some of the potential champions up front. Is Alabama, after a stressful game against South Carolina last week, will they be able to bounce back and look like a national championship team coming up this weekend? There is Memphis now in the top 25. Are they a bona fide P5 team? Vanderbilt and Texas, obviously. Miami at SMU. Miami now at number 10, and they have no more margin for error in the ACC. Houston, another one of those teams. They're at the crib against West Virginia. West Virginia is not a good football team, but they're a team that you take them lightly, they can beat you. Duke at Clemson. Like, there's a lot of great storylines in college football. And it's not a particularly heavy weekend of college football.
I'm trying to figure out how that last game matters. But
Duke at Clemson?
Yeah.
I mean, it matters to Clemson fans.
I guess.
You're 3.5-point favorites at the crib, effectively saying that Las Vegas thinks you are a half a point better than Duke right now. And I got to tell you, I'm having a real hard time not taking Duke plus 3.5 right now. And we'll talk about that later on today or in the week. A lot of interesting storylines, despite the fact that it really isn't a particularly heavy college football slate.
Wait, Ohio State plays Penn State. That's a big game.
Yeah,
right?
Game of the year of the century, without a doubt. It would have been before the season started. Here's a quick take on that. Ohio State minus 20.5. Yeah, I'm laying those points.
That's the thing.
That was my thing, not it. That's all.
They are coming off of a bye too.
Which
good, bad?
this year is good for college football teams. They're doing well off the byes. So we'll talk about that. But let me tell you what I think is the most interesting story of the year. Arch Manning is in concussion protocol. We do not know if Arch Manning is going to be available. Who do the Texas Longhorns have this weekend? Ladies and gentlemen, just like we all predicted coming into the year, you have top 10 Vanderbilt coming to the crib to take on the Longhorns in Austin, Texas.
Hasn't their quarterback been playing like 10 years, though?
Diego Pavia is 25 years old, which makes him in college football years 90. So, Diego Pavia, a dog. I feel how you want to feel about him being 25 years old playing college football. He's a dog. And then there's Clark Lee, noted football dude. And we're going to talk later in the show about the one quality that all of the great football coaches have and none of the bad ones do. And we're going to get to that a little bit later on in the show. But the most interesting narrative to me of this week in college football, Arch Manning in concussion protocol may not be available for the Texas Longhorns when they host the Vanderbilt Commodores coming up this weekend. And I pointed out to Brad Evans last night on BetMGM tonight that, and I genuinely was blown away by this. When it comes to havoc plays created by defensive lines, that is quarterbacks who are rushed with less than 2.5 seconds to throw. These are defensive lines that get to the quarterback and disrupt the passing attack. Vanderbilt creates more havoc plays on across credited to the defensive line. Vanderbilt creates more havoc plays from their defensive line than all but one other Southeastern Conference football team right now. They are a top 10 team nationally in havoc plays created by the defensive line. Their defensive line is good, and nobody talks about it, which is understandable. We're all dialed in on Clark Lee. We're all dialed in on Diego Pavia. We're all dialed in on Vandy's ability to run the football. That's all great. The defensive line is as big, if not a bigger reason that they win than anything that's not Diego Pavia and Clark Lee offensively. Arch Manning in concussion protocol may not be able to play, which means that Matthew Caldwell might be the starter for the Texas Longhorns this weekend.
Next man up. He's probably pretty good.
Next man up. Now,
for Texas, I mean,
here's where I kind of
probably
step
like
away.
A 5-star or something, wouldn't he be?
Who the hell knows? Like, this is the most unknown SEC starting quarterback coming up this weekend. So what is interesting about this to me, and this is where I am going to step away to some degree from the conversation that we had to open the show. I get genuinely disgusted with the whole concept of next man up. Like, oh, if you lose your superstar, next guy just step in and do that. No, that's not how it works. That's why that guy is a superstar. Hell, doesn't even matter if they're a superstar. There's a reason that guy's the starter, because he's better than the guy who's not the starter. Or as long as your head coach doesn't suck at his job, you would like to think that across 22 positions on a football field, the guy that is X1 is going to be better than the guy who is same position number 2.
Could be nepotism, could be
sure,
NIL deals.
Sure.
Could be
all of that. All of that still reflects on, for whatever reason.
You could have a really famous name.
Maybe so. All of that still reflects on that for some reason, no matter what the reason is, for some reason, your head coach has allowed a guy who is not as good as another guy to go play football over the guy that's better than him. I would like to think that that's not often the case. I'm not saying never, but not often the case. So Matthew Caldwell may get the start for Texas this weekend. Matthew Caldwell is kind of interesting to me. Interesting in that Matthew Caldwell has played some games in his collegiate career so far. Matthew Caldwell has played so far, I have statistics dating back to 2021. He's been in the game a minute. This is a 6'4", 212-pound senior, redshirt senior, from Auburn, Alabama. He played games at Jacksonville State in 2021, only threw 30 passes. He played 2 seasons for Gardner-Webb. He threw 55 passes in 2022, 177 in 2023. Last year, he quarterbacked for the Troy Trojans, where he threw 223 passes. Just numbers for you, 63.2% completion percentage for 1,068 yards on the season. He threw 13 touchdowns to 8 picks.
He was a starter on all those places?
Was a starter for Troy.
Okay.
Was not a starter he was not a starter at Jayville State, not a starter in 22 for Gardner-Webb, was in 23, and then was for Troy before he transferred to Texas. Effectively, Texas needed some depth in this game. Like, Texas needed a little bit of depth. So here is the question that I'm very curious about. And I want to be clear, I don't think that this is going to be the case. And I want to take a moment to point out that for all the criticism, as valid as it has been, of Arch Manning, of which there's a lot, I do have to also point out Texas's offensive line is bad. It's bad. It's not supposed to be bad. They got some guys that were supposed to be dogs. We were, by we, I mean the media and fans, I guess, we were just as wrong about Texas's offensive line as we were about Arch Manning himself. And by we, I mean y'all, because I wasn't wrong about Arch Manning, neither was Lonzo. Both of us said, why are we crowning this guy the king of college football when he ain't done a damn thing yet? The offensive line is bad. The wide receivers are not Matthew Golden. You don't really have, there's a lot going wrong for Texas. But here's my question. We can bury Arch Manning for inconsistent play, because we've seen some spark out of the kid. We can bury him for inconsistent play and acknowledge that the offensive line is bad and the wide receivers just aren't there. But here is what I am very curious about. What happens if Matthew Caldwell steps in and Texas's offense takes off? What happens if the offensive line, the wide receivers, respond to Matthew Caldwell? What happens? And again, I don't think this is necessarily going to happen, because Matthew Caldwell has never played anywhere close to this level of football. Matthew Caldwell, as far as experience goes, has played a Power 4 team in a competitive way one time. He got thrown into the game against Mississippi State after Arch went down to a concussion. Hey, quick question. Anybody watch that game last week? What happened after Matthew Caldwell got thrown into the game, down 17 in the fourth quarter.
Miraculous comeback, and Texas wins.
Overtime victory. Matthew Caldwell quarterbacked them to a win over Mississippi State. So here is my question. What is the reaction if Matthew Caldwell quarterbacks the Texas Longhorns to a win over Vanderbilt? Do we look at this and say, well, hey, man, like Vanderbilt was on the road, and come on, Rob, you were overestimating the doors the whole time, and people have been blowing smoke at Vandy that wasn't deserved. At the end of the day, they're still little old Vandy. Or do we look at this and do we go, maybe that thing that we were kind of talking and joking about a minute ago, about maybe there's some reasons that head coaches are playing guys over other guys they shouldn't be playing over for reasons that aren't football related?
Wasn't entirely joking, but yeah.
Sure. Is there a point that we look at this and go, maybe Sark got it way wrong? Maybe he got it way wrong. I don't know. The most compelling storyline in the game for me might not even happen. But if Arch can't go out of concussion protocol and Matthew Caldwell steps in, if the Longhorns beat the Commodores on Saturday, there's going to be a real interesting discussion, I think, about Steve Sarkisian to be had down the stretch. A guy that I am already not sold on as the next big thing in college football. All right, we'll talk more college football when we come back on the Rob Brown Show in the Fan Upstate. All right, good morning, everybody. Stay right there. We will be back in just a minute. Don't go anywhere.
Bruh.
So the NCAA Division I board of something was scheduled to meet early next week. And they were going to go through a number of potential rule changes and policy changes and updates and yada, yada, yada. And one of the ones that was going to be discussed was changing a rule that would allow college athletes and employees of college athletic departments to gamble on professional sports. Effectively, you're not pros. You can gamble on pro sports. And that is not a decision that set well with a lot of people. One of those people was Greg Sankey. Now, Greg Sankey is not alone. There are other people that have spoken out about this as well. But Greg Sankey is clearly the most powerful of that group. I know that Pat Narduzzi at Pitt spoke out as well. There is a group of people in college sports that have said that they do not want college athletes and athletic department employees to be allowed to gamble on professional sports. But Greg Sankey is easily the most powerful, predominantly because Greg Sankey is, and I say this as a statement, the most powerful man in college athletics. I think he is more powerful than Charlie Baker, president of the NCAA. I think he is more powerful than Rich Clark, executive director of the College Football Playoff Committee. I think Greg Sankey is the most powerful man in sports. And a very close second is Tony Petitti, the commissioner of the Big Ten. So Greg Sankey last week earlier this week, sent out a memo to Charlie Baker, but it was made public, requesting that the NCAA do not approve of the rule change. Right now, college athletes and employees of college athletic departments are not allowed to wager on sports at the college or professional level. The rule change proposed was going to allow athletes and athletic department employees to gamble, but only on pro sports. Obviously, they would not be permitted to gamble on college athletics. And there are other rules that are attached to that rule as well. Basically, everything that is going on right now in the NBA with their gambling probe, which we're going to get to later on, because there was a very interesting article written on ESPN earlier this week that I wanted to circle back around to. They can't do that. Can't gamble on the sport. Can't provide confidential information to bettors outside of it. It is effectively, you can't do insider trading and you can't gamble on the sport. So Greg Sankey sent out a memo to Charlie Baker, the president of the NCAA, and said, we don't want that rule to change. We would like it to stay the way it is right now. And there is a debate ongoing about whether the purpose of Greg Sankey's email was to say, so that we can discuss and debate it further, or just outright, we don't want athletes and employees to be able to gamble at all, point blank, end of conversation. Now, this hits interesting to me for two reasons. And again, every time that we have a gambling story, I feel compelled and obligated to some degree to issue a bit of a disclaimer. That disclaimer being that, number one, I gamble on sports. I'm not a big timer. I'm a beer better is what I call myself on the network. I'm a beer better. I'm betting 5-10s, but I enjoy it. It's fun for me, A. And B, I've made a lot of money by being a voice in the sports wagertainment community. I spent 4 years hosting a nationally syndicated sports gambling show. I still fill in on national syndicated sports gambling shows. I'll be back in Saturday noon to 4 with PJ Glasser doing exactly that. I have always been, well, not always, but certainly over the past 5-6 years, I have both gambled and made money promoting it effectively. So I come from this from a perspective of, I think it's fine. I think it's like any other vice in these great United States of America. I understand that there are people who struggle with it. I will always, 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 always endorse, suggest, sometimes demand that if you have a struggle with gambling, that you get the help you need to stop doing it. But much like any other vice, the fact that other people struggle with it does not mean that it should be taken away from people who don't struggle with it, but enjoy it recreationally or make money off of it. So I don't have an issue with college athletes and athletic department employees being able to gamble on professional sports, not on college sports. Just like I don't have a problem with NBA players gambling on baseball or football games, but not on NBA games. And there is only one thing that I very much would like, which is that I would like a system of A, accountability, and B, responsibility. I would love a system. And I'm a big dummy, so I don't know what this system looks like. I would be happy to sit down and talk it out. I don't know what the system looks like. I just know I want the system. A system where if athletes and employees want to gamble, cool. But you just got to make it known that you're gambling and what you're gambling on. Let's do what we can to ensure that there is some level of accountability that allows people to do this thing, but do it in a way that adheres to the integrity of the game itself. That's not really the part of the conversation that is interesting to me, because I know there's a huge chunk of you that are just anti-gambling point blank period. I know that there is a significant portion of you that believes that gambling should be like a 21 and up activity. Honestly, I'd be willing to have that conversation. I know that there are many of you that say, hey, if you want to gamble, don't play college football or don't play pro football or basketball or whatever. But if you're involved in sports, you shouldn't be able to gamble on sports. I get it. I'm good with that. If you want to have that conversation, whatever. None of that's the story. We can have all the conversations in the world about systems and algorithms and accountability, responsibility, discipline, whatever. What I find interesting about this story is the NCAA announced a number of weeks ago that they were working towards a reality where there would be a system where college athletes and employees were indeed able to gamble on pro sports. And it was fine. It was fine. That was just a thing that was going to happen. And then Greg Sankey sent one email. Greg Sankey sent one email. And when he sent out that one email, the NCAA could not have backtracked faster from the decision they made. Now, just so we have the full discourse on the table, I do want to be clear that the NCAA did not cancel that vote. They are delaying that vote. They could have had that vote early next week. They had one other option, and this is a rarely used rule on the NCAA Division I committee. If there is a certain trigger point where a rule does not have 75% of the committee members' approval, then that vote can be delayed for X amount of time for further discussion and debate. And again, so that we're clear, the vote was for next week, not a guaranteed approval or passage, just a vote. But the vote itself was scheduled for early next week. However, it did not have the amount of support it needed to force the vote on the timeline. Because it didn't have that support, the NCAA, who still could have had the vote anyway and was planning on doing so, to the best of my understanding, the NCAA decided, since it doesn't have the support and it can trigger this fair or rarely used rule, we will push the vote back to November 22nd. And that will allow everybody to have the time to state their objections, state their support, have the debate and the discussion about, is this good, is this bad, is this okay, whatever. But it took Greg Sankey one email to make that happen, because this rule could have been invoked last week, the week before. This rule could have been invoked at any point that they knew that this vote was coming. But it did not happen until Greg Sankey said, we, the SEC, would like this vote to go away. There is but one take to this. It is not shocking. It is not surprising. It is not new. It is not controversial. The only thing that I wanted to point out here was there were plenty of people opposed to the vote, or at least the rule change. Plenty of people. And that wasn't enough to trigger the delay. One email from Greg Sankey was, if you want to know who the ultimate power of college football is, you don't need to look any further than this scenario and this situation. If you want to know who is truly the decision maker and the power broker in college football, here is your answer. Because there have been plenty of coaches who have said over the past couple of weeks, this is a dumb thing. We don't want it to happen. There have been plenty of athletic department folks over the past couple of weeks that have said, this is a dumb thing. We don't want it to happen. There have been plenty of college football fans who have said, this is a dumb thing and we don't want it to happen. And none of that was enough to delay the vote. But one email from Greg Sankey was.
Do you think that possibly what happened last week has anything to do with this? With the arrests and everything, and the fact that the 5 families are involved in sports, and if you allow it, it makes it easier to cover if some college student decides they want to do that?
It is possible, because I do think that every organization right now is in CYA mode, right? Like every organization is like, okay, we need to make sure we're doing everything we can to protect the integrity from the people within the inside of the organization, for sure. I think the NBA, Adam Silver was on TV doing an interview like 2 nights ago. I'll play the audio later. It was awkward as hell with him trying to answer questions about accountability. I think that is maybe a possibility. But at the same time, this is a spot that I look at and I go, this isn't Terry Rozier making bets on Terry Rozier. This isn't Terry Rozier making bets on his own props, his overs and unders. This isn't NBA players making bets on NBA players. This is 10,000%. Hey, man, like we think these adult men, and I am willing to label any person that is eligible by this country to pick up a weapon and go fight in a war, you better consider that an adult.
I agree with you there.
So this is saying that adults do or do not have the right to gamble on things that they're not a part of. They're not professional athletes. They're not in the NFL, the NBA, the MLB, the MLS, whatever, the NHL. They're not in that. So do they have the right to gamble on things? Now, again, the problem that you have with college football is that it is not an employment entity. It may be one day, but it's not right now, not legally defined that way, which means that they are going to have, and this is where most of these lawsuits they're losing are coming from, they are going to have a difficult time saying, you cannot be a part of us if you do this, which is why, again, so many student athletes are filing lawsuits and winning most of them. The NFL is a place of employment. They can say, you're not allowed to gamble at all. And if gambling means so much to you, cool, but you don't work here. The boss can walk down the hall right now, and he can lay down, in my new contract, he can lay down terms of employment. Rob Brown, as long as you work here, you may not do X, Y, and Z. He could theoretically put a clause in my contract that says you are not allowed to gamble on sports as long as you work here. And I get to decide, do I want to work here more or do I want to gamble on sports more? But college athletics is not legally a place of employment. So their ability to ban this is, even if they say no, if any kid wants to sue for the right to be able to gamble on pro sports, they can, they will, and they'll probably win it. All of that is all hypotheticals I'm not worried about. I just like to use this to once again make the point that you and me, we're powerless when it comes to the decisions and the progress and the forward trajectory of college football. We're powerless. We can say, we can yell, we want this, we don't want that, whatever. We are ultimately powerless. At the end of the day, there are 2 people in the world that get to decide what happens with college football. Greg Sankey is one of them, and to a lesser extent, Tony Petitti is the other one. Everybody else is TV executives, and even they and Charlie Baker are listening to what Sankey and Petitti want to happen for the betterment of their conferences. That's why I believe super conferences are like probably now closer than I thought they were 8 months ago. All right, you know what else is closer than I thought it was 8 minutes ago? A sports flash.
Tony Petitti's not going to be happy with your blatant disrespect. That's all I'm saying.
Does that mean he's winning a Super Bowl?
Toronto has tied up the World Series at 2 games apiece with a 6-2 win over Los Angeles in Game 4. Shane Bieber went 5.1 innings with 4 hits and 1 run allowed, outdueling Shohei Ohtani 6 innings with 6 hits and 4 runs surrendered. Toronto's offense racked up 11 hits, including Vladimir Guerrero's 7th postseason home run. Charlotte FC dropped the opener of the best-of-3 series against the New York City FC, falling 1-0 at home. Alonso Martinez netted the match's lone goal on the 34th minute. The second game is Saturday at 3:30 in New York. The Charlotte Hornets are now 2-2 after a 144-117 blowout loss to Miami Heat. All 5 starters scored in double digits for the Hornets. Charlotte was missing Brandon Miller, whose shoulder injury will be evaluated today. Made it through without coughing. It is a miracle. Hour number 2 of the Rob Brown Show is coming up next. I am going to blow my nose repeatedly, so I'm going to get us, you don't want to see that.
Here we go. Hour numero Another dose of the Rob Brown Show back on your radio. It's the Fan Upstate. Welcome in, ladies and gentlemen. Rob Brown, the great one, Lonzo, and you. Phone lines open, 844-326-3663, 844-FANFONE. If you want to get at us in that direction, now is a splendiferous time to make that happen. Jump on board. You can text that number. We will read them on the air. You can call that number. We will put you on the air. You can hit me up on the social media at The Rob Brown Show. That is across all the platforms, Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, X, TikTok, whatever, at The Rob Brown Show. You can get it Lonzo on Word on Twitter if you want to come at us in that direction. Lonzo on Word if you want to hit us up on the social media. And, of course, as always, if you've got something a little more long format, but you do not want to get on the air to discuss it, no worries. Rob.Brown@thefanupstate.com is the way to make that happen. Rob.Brown@thefanupstate.com if you want to jump on board. We've got a lot more to talk about coming up in this hour of the show. This has obviously been a big week in coaching in college football. We now have 10 programs that have fired their coaches in season. That is the most we have ever seen happen in season in a single season. But on top of having 10 teams open, and oh, by the way, somebody did the mathematology yesterday, $168 million in buyouts have been triggered so far. $168 million in buyouts have been triggered so far this season. That is the total amount of money that is overall owed to college football coaches who aren't college football coaches as of today. But obviously, the discussion at this point is more geared towards the vacancies and the candidates. And right now, every big-time job, and I'm talking about three predominantly, LSU, Pennsylvania State, and the University of Florida, they are all in on Lane Kiffin to the point that the talking heads in the game, and I include myself in that group for this discussion, believe that there's about to be a bidding war on Lane Kiffin to get him up out of Oxford, Mississippi. And what I think is fun, and we talked about this with Curt Cignetti signing a $96 million deal at Indiana. What I think is very fun about this is that in years gone by, while LSU and Ole Miss and Florida, or excuse me, LSU, Penn State, Florida, you would assume that those schools would have zero problems outbidding a school like Ole Miss for the services of one Lane Kiffin, especially if Lane Kiffin, and I'm not saying he is or is not willing to, but especially if Lane Kiffin is willing to say, hey, you guys picked me up as the HC when I was kind of a bit of a pariah in college football. You guys gave me the chance. We're building something here. I'll give you a bit of a hometown discount to stay in Oxford. But if Indiana can come off of $96 million, Ole Miss can come off of $96+ million. Indiana came off of $96 million and made Curt Cignetti the third highest paid head coach in college football. Ole Miss can find $98 million and make Lane Kiffin the second highest paid head coach in college football. However, LSU, Florida, Penn State all had the resources to make Lane Kiffin the highest paid head coach in college football. So, again, he said earlier this week, I don't chase money. It's not a money decision for me. Now, I think that's probably a bit of a lie, but maybe it's not the primary decision. Does that, like... Well,
he doesn't chase money, but money chases him.
I mean, sure.
I mean, there you go.
Sure, but like...
I don't have to go to them. They come to me. That's what I got out of that. He is just a little bit arrogant. So
I can also say, like, money isn't the motivating factor for me. But if I got offered $1 million to work in Albuquerque or $250,000 to work in New York, I'm heading to New Mexico, man. I might hate it while I'm there, but that's where I'm going. So the point here, though, is while it is expected to be a bidding war between LSU, Florida, and Ole Miss and Penn State, for Lane Kiffin, let's not pretend that Ole Miss is a non-factor in this. right? Especially if there's a hometown discount on the table. And I find that interesting. But I was thinking about that last night. Lane Kiffin is about to become, I think, the highest paid head coach in college football. And a trigger for that was Brian Kelly being relieved of his duties at LSU. And I was thinking about those two guys in comparison and contrast with each other. And I ended up arriving at a thought. I think when you look at Kirby Smart, when you look at Ryan Day, when you look at Dabo Swinney, when you look at, if you want to take it back a little longer, Nick Saban, Urban Meyer, I think when you look at the best coaches in college football, the most successful coaches in college football, and now I would argue when you add Dan Lanning and you add Kurt Cignetti, the highest paid head coaches in college football, I think there is one personality trait that is shared between all of them. And it's not going to be one that you're going to be like, oh, what an astute observation from one Rob Brown. But I do think that while it does not jump off the page, and it's one that you might even look at and go, well, yeah, like, duh, obviously. I think when you put it into perspective about who's getting paid and who is winning right now, maybe it jumps off the page as maybe that's the thing you look at before you look at maybe even accolades from down the line when trying to find a new head coach, which is something that a lot of schools are going to be doing in the very near future. I'm going to get to that coming up later on in this hour, but we got a lot of stuff we got to get to here because you are now less than 53 minutes away from having to get to the office. You've got to get up, get showered, get dressed, eat your breakfast, drink your coffee, get in the car, get through the traffic, make it to work, get to the desk, log in, respond to the passive-aggressive emails with slightly more passive-aggressive emails over your own, and then it is time for the best part of the day, break number one. When you walk down the long hallway, you go to the break room, you stand around the water cooler, and you talk sports with your friends, family, coworkers, supervisors, whoever it is you talk sports with. When you do that, you need to know what's going on so you don't sound like an idiot, right? Yeah, that's why we do this.
Are you ready for the playbook of the peculiar, the almanac of the absurd, and the encyclopedia of the extraordinary? Well, you better be, because we're diving headfirst into the 3 top stories that will have your coworkers saying, "You must chill!" even before they take their first bathroom break.
No.
Here we go. Welcome to the Water Cooler Cheat Sheet on the Fan Upstate.
It is the Water Cooler Cheat Sheet, the top 3 sports stories you need to know before you get to the office and start talking sports with whoever the hell you talk sports with. When you do, this is what you'll be talking about. Allow us to dive right in with item number 1. A federal judge yesterday dismissed NASCAR's counterclaim against the 2 teams, 2311 Racing and Front Row Motorsports, that have sued NASCAR over allegations of antitrust issues. U.S. District Judge Kenneth Bell issued the summary judgment in favor of 2311 Racing and Front Row, dismissing NASCAR's claim that 2311 co-owner Curtis Polk illegally colluded with other teams during negotiations for new charters. 2311, of course, is the team that is partially owned by NBA Hall of Famer Michael Jordan and 3-time Daytona 500 winner Denny Hamlin. Polk is Jordan's longtime business manager. He was also part of a 4-member negotiating team that worked with NASCAR during 2+ years on the charter agreement signed by 13 of the 15 organizations. The other 2, of course, the 2 involved in the lawsuit. NASCAR argued in its countersuit that a 2023 boycott of the Team Owners Council meeting negatively impacted its media rights negotiations, and that by the 15 organizations unifying for the charter talks, the teams got a better deal than they could have gotten if NASCAR negotiated with the teams separately from each other. Bell found the boycott to be a negotiating tactic, quote, which appeared to have little impact, end quote, because NASCAR started individual negotiations shortly after. Bell also found that 2311 and FRM did not participate in, quote, unreasonable restraint of trade, end quote, because NASCAR's individual meetings with the teams did result in some changes to the charter agreement, and because all the charter agreements would be the same amongst all teams, basically finding that the teams working together in negotiations would be reasonable for the betterment of themselves and every team across NASCAR's table. The quote, the evidence here establishes that not only were individual negotiations available, but NASCAR had such negotiations regularly during the negotiation period, and those individual negotiations achieved concrete results, including the final 2025 charter agreement that was signed by 13 teams acting individually and contrary to the supposed joint agreement. Basically, what the judge is saying here is that while NASCAR has made claims that 2311 and FRM did not negotiate in good faith, and therefore their fight back against the charter agreement as it stands is no good, what the judge basically said is 2311 and Front Row have now provided enough evidence to him to say that that's not true, because NASCAR did negotiate with each team independently, which is not how they argued their case in this lawsuit. Listen, we're a long way from the conclusion of this. And obviously what I am really interested in seeing is what changes are made to the sport and to the charter system moving forward, because the NASCAR season ends this Sunday. And then it is only like 3.5 months until we run the Daytona 500 and kick up the next season. Is this something that can be finished in 3.5 months? Will 2026's NASCAR season be run with a contentious attitude wafting through the air? I don't know. But this is a big moment in the course to figure out what happens between here and the Daytona 500, which we will get to a little bit later on in the show. Let's get to item number 2. We had a lot of professional sporting events that took place last night, and we'll jump through some of the scores here. We will start over in Major League Baseball. The World Series ongoing, Game 4 last night in Los Angeles, California, IA. Shohei Ohtani has been ridiculous so far in this World Series. However, Shohei Ohtani took his first postseason loss off the bump last night. 6 innings, 6 hits, 4 runs allowed. Cade 6 did give up a 2-run shot to Vladdy Daddy Guerrero Jr., who took him for a pair with a gigantic dong in the 3rd inning. 1 on, 1 out at the time. That broke it open. The Dodgers were up 1-0. The Jays stole the lead off the Vladdy Daddy Dong in the 3rd. They would not relent. They would put 4 more up in the 7th inning to make it 6-1. The Dodgers got 1 back in the bottom of the 9th, but ultimately it ended up being Lewis Varlin, who was on the bump in the 9th, gave up the 1 run, but then was able to get a K and end that inning and end the game. Jays now have the series tied at 2 games apiece. We do have 1 more game in LA. That is tonight. We will have a travel day tomorrow, and then game 6 and 7 Friday and Saturday in Toronto, Canada. For the Jays, 5.1 innings, 4 hits, 1 run allowed, walk 3, Cade 3. Did Shane Bieber, who got the start, he would also be credited with the win. The Jays had 11 hits on the night. Just 2 of them were extra base hits. Clement had a double in the 4th off Ohtani, and then, of course, Guerrero's 2-run shot. Everybody else marching around the bases with singles. Golden Knights, 6-3 losers to, 6-3 winners over the Carolina Hurricanes last night. The Canes now fall to 6-3. They came out of the gate white hot. Did the Hurricanes, unfortunately, have slowed down with their first back-to-back L's of the season, this time on home ice. They also lost at Dallas 3-2 earlier this week. They had lost just 1 of the previous 7 to open up the season, including a 5-game win streak to start the 2025 regular season. But as we have mentioned, there are some problems here for the Canes because they're missing a lot of dudes right now. The Carolina Hurricane injury list is remarkably long. They could have a pretty decent starting 5. Keandre Miller, the new addition, big defenseman, was relied on earlier in the season. He is out with lower body injuries. Jacob Slavin is out with injuries. And last night they lost Shane Gostisbehere as well. They are banged up and beat up, and it cost them the L. Question mark is, how long do these injuries last? The answer is nothing. How long do these injuries last, and do they impact this team moving forward? We'll find out. 1-0, Charlotte FC takes the home L to New York City FC last night in the MLS playoffs. They are the only home team thus far in the MLS playoffs, which have included the wild card round and almost the entire opening round They are the only home team to lose in the opening round. Alonso Martinez buried one off the assist 34 minutes into this match. Charlotte FC, plenty of opportunities, could not find the back of the string, so they find themselves in a one-game hole in this best of three. Leg number 2 will be in New York this Saturday at 3:30. And finally, in item number 2, Miami, 144-117 winners over the Hornets last night. Brandon Miller, unavailable, a shoulder injury. He will be reevaluated today. And look, I said coming into the year, I think Brandon Miller, on a team that has LaMelo Ball, on a team that has Miles Bridges, I think Brandon Miller is the key. I think he's the guy that unlocks the offense. No Brandon Miller, no great offense last night. LaMelo Ball had 20 points, 9 assists, and 8 rebounds in the game, but it was not enough to carry this team. They get dominated by the Miami Heat. They lost the second quarter 39-26. They lost the fourth quarter 39-29. Just not good. They gave up 30 points in quarters 1, 2, and 4. Gave up 29 in the third quarter of this game. They were down only 3 after the first, but after that, it became clear that this was the most disjointed we have seen the Hornets look so far this season. We will find out what the future of Brandon Miller's injury is, hopefully, later on today. Now let's get to item number 3. We won't spend a ton of time on this, mainly because we spent a ton of time on this on the last segment. If you missed it, go back to thefanupstate.com after the show is over. We will post all 4 hours and the entire show, edited for time for your perusal and enjoyment. Talked about this in the last segment, the NCAA delaying a rule change that will allow athletes and athletic department staff members to bet on professional sports. The Division I board voted yesterday to push back the effective date of the sports betting legislative change, moving it from November 1st to November 22nd. They utilized a rarely used rule that allows 30 days for each Division I school to vote to rescind a proposal if it is adopted by less than 75% of the Division I cabinet. Effectively, the original vote did not reach 75% approval. Did reach enough to pass, but did not reach 75% approval. This is a rule, again, not often used, where the NCAA says, okay, timeout. We're going to back this up a month. We're going to back this up a month, and during that month, each Division I school can send us a memo that says we do or do not want to rescind this proposal. That is to say, wipe it off as if the proposal never happened. Now, this is interesting to me because there have been many proposals that did not reach the threshold, but they still went through anyway. They didn't hit the point where they were delayed and voted on by each member institution. Greg Sankey sent a note to the NCAA's president, Charlie Baker, this past weekend, expressing concerns about the rule change, effectively saying, we would prefer that for right now, this rule is not passed, and that student athletes and athletic department employees are not allowed to wager on professional sports. And it is 3 days later that it was announced. Yesterday, it was announced that the NCAA said, okay, we are going to hold off on this. We're going to send it to the institutions. I don't have a problem with that. I really don't. I do not have a problem with the NCAA saying, all right, this proposal is not anywhere near consensus. It's not big time. So we will let the member institutions. At the end of the day, the member institutions should have more say than the conferences, if they want it, as far as what happens in the NCAA. My issue is not that. My issue is that nobody cared about this until Greg Sankey said, oh, actually, I have a problem with it. And then all of a sudden the NCAA was like, yo, pump the brakes. Let's find out something else. Nobody had a problem with this until they said, or until Greg Sankey said, I don't want this to go through. And then immediately the NCAA pumped the brakes. If you had, which you shouldn't, but if you had any hesitation about who is college football's most powerful entity, the answer is Greg Sankey, the commissioner of the Southeastern Conference. Tony Batiti's right there with him. Greg's up by about a half a step. But Greg Sankey made one email on Saturday, and that one email effectively completely changed the plans of the NCAA. I don't know what else you need to know. That just is what it is. All right, when we come back, I would like to have 2 conversations. The first, how did Lane Kiffin go from a guy who a few years ago was a college football pariah? How did Lane Kiffin go from a guy who a few years ago was a joke in the college football landscape to a media darling, a fan favorite, and now the most sought after major head coaching candidate in college football. There is going to be a bidding war around Lane Kiffin that is going to make him the highest paid head coach in college football if he wants it to. But this is the same guy who 4 or 5 years ago was kind of looked at as a joke. How did he get there? I got a couple of thoughts, and then I'm going to transition that to the second conversation I want to have. There is one personality trait that all of the top coaches share, and I don't think we talk about it enough. And we will do that when we come back on the Rob Brown Show in the Fan Upstate. All right, as those of you on the stream who hear the audio uninterrupted, not the folks on the radio could tell, I have to go blow my nose because I'm over here sniffling like I just watched the end of Old Yeller. Be right back. Lane Kiffin is maybe the most interesting man in college football right now. And this is a sport that regularly produces some pretty interesting characters. We all know Les Miles and Coach O. Go Tigers. We know these guys. Lane Kiffin, the son, obviously, of longtime NFL defensive coordinator and legend Monty Kiffin, is maybe the most interesting dude in the game. Got his career starting as an assistant coach at USC. Went on to, at age 31, become the head coach of the Oakland Raiders, the youngest head coach in Raiders history, one of the youngest in all of NFL history. After his time with Oakland, he left the Raiders. He did a little bit of time in media. He went to Tennessee. There were conversations about the fact that he was going to stay at Tennessee forever. And after one season as coach, Kiffin left the Volunteers in 2010 to take the head coaching job at Southern California after Pete Carroll went to Seattle. And there was, and this is not even a joke, rioting in the streets of Knoxville, Tennessee, over wanting to, I assume, hunt down Lane Kiffin and string him up by his toes. After he left there, he went from Tennessee to USC. He went from USC and jumped up to, I don't remember where he went to USC. He went, I think he went to the Nick Saban House for Rehabilitated Coaches at Alabama. He went to FAU, and then he ended up at Ole Miss. And during all of that time, Lane Kiffin was kind of viewed as a bit of a joke. Because while he got some very high-profile jobs off the rip, including an NFL head coaching job, none of them really worked. Went to USC. It didn't really work. Left Tennessee the way he left Tennessee. And while, honestly, I don't even hold it against Lane Kiffin, the man straight up said, that's my dream job. And USC, it's kind of like the head cheerleader. If she asks you out and you reject her in front of the whole school, odds are she's not circling back around to you the next time she breaks up with a boyfriend. You got one crack, and you better say yeah. Because if you don't say yeah, she's not asking you again. So he was kind of viewed as a bit of a pariah in college football, a bit of a joke in college football. And yet, here we are. Lane Kiffin got to Ole Miss in 2019. It is now 2025. And Lane Kiffin is now, to me, the most interesting man in college football. He is not only at this point a fan favorite, a media darling, he is also the most highly sought after head coaching candidate in the game right now. LSU has fired Brian Kelly. Penn State fired James Franklin. Florida fired Billy Napier. Those are three of the best jobs in college football. I make the argument that LSU is the best job in college football. I make the argument that Florida and Penn State aren't ridiculously far behind. And those three schools, just as evidenced in the way that they fired their coaches and how quick they were to do so halfway through the season, tells you they're not strapped for cash, homie. They got money. LSU, report out of WDSU New Orleans, it is reported that one guy is paying the majority of Brian Kelly's buyout to get him out of the bayou. Y'all, if one guy is coming off north of $40 million to buy out a head coach, you don't think they got a few more guys that are willing to go in 10, 15, 20 million to get the guy they want next? Penn State, if you believe the report, and I got to be honest, I kind of do, that Adidas, who is taking over as the primary uniform supplier and a huge corporate partner with Penn State, is rumored to be paying the majority of James Franklin's $46 million buyout. You don't think if they got a company paying the buyout that they can't find some dudes in the Nittany Lion Club that'll fork over some cash to get Lane Kiffin if that's who they want? And then there's the University of Florida, who both have a great donor base and a great fan base, and also only owed Billy Napier $22 million. So they got money. It is going to be a bidding war between those three schools for Lane Kiffin. And the interesting thing about it to me is that after Curt Cignetti signed a $96 million contract with Indiana, everybody's acting as if Ole Miss isn't a player in this as well. Do I think Ole Miss has LSU money, Florida money, Penn State money? I absolutely don't, in terms of what we got in the bank right now. But do I think that Ole Miss has got at least a couple of rich, famous boosters that might look and go, this is our one chance. Like, this is our chance to jump ourselves from second or third tier SEC team up to the top of the Southeastern Conference. We got one shot at this. And if I got one shot at this, now's the time I'm going all in. I'm turning in my stock options. I'm handing them to Ole Miss, and I'm saying, do what you got to do to keep Lane Kiffin. And if Indiana is able to come up with $96 million for Curt Cignetti over 8 years, Ole Miss can come up with $97 million for Lane Kiffin over 8 years. They just can do that. So why is this happening? Why is Lane Kiffin, a guy that was a joke, a guy that was a member of the Nick Saban Home for Rehabilitated Coaches just a few years ago, a guy that was coaching at Florida, one of the universities in the middle of the state, FAU, FIU, I don't even remember anymore. How is that guy about to become the most highly paid head coach in college football? Well, number one, you win. Ole Miss is winning. Ole Miss is well on their way at this point to the very first playoff in the history of that school. And I think they are going to get there. Ole Miss is currently a one-loss football team. The one loss that they have right now was to Georgia, who is the, at the time, number 9 team in the country, now rising back up in the top 10. Ole Miss is 4-1. A slip from either Alabama or Texas A&M would put Ole Miss at least in a spot of contention for the SEC championship game at this point. Ole Miss has left ahead of them South Carolina, the Citadel, Florida, and Mississippi State. Y'all, there's not a loss in there for Ole Miss. If there is, it's going to be a shocking upset. I mean, there's not a loss in there in as much as, like, there's no losses for anybody, right? But, like, college football has upsets. If any team remaining, including SU Gamecocks, I'm sorry, this Saturday at 11 or at 7 p.m., if any team beats Ole Miss, it will be a definitive biggest story of the weekend upset over the Runnin' Rebels. Lane Kiffin may not make it to the ACC title game because I also look at A&M and Alabama, and I'm looking at Texas A&M with a schedule left ahead of them. That's Mizzou, South Carolina, Samford, and Texas. Maybe the Texas game's weird because it's a rivalry. I mean, Mizzou is a good team. They just lost to Vandy. And then I look at Alabama, who has left ahead of them unranked LSU, Oklahoma, who just got beat by Ole Miss, Eastern Illinois, and an Auburn team that I think has given up. There's probably not a loss between A&M and Alabama, but if there is, Ole Miss is right there in the mix. They would still need a little help because Georgia holds the tiebreaker. But the point is, Ole Miss is going to the playoffs this year. If not as an SEC champion or runner-up, as an at-large team. Because the SEC is getting probably 6 of the 12 spots this year. So, you win, and you go in. And if you win, even if it is to get to the playoffs, you are going to be noticed. Curt Cignetti in Indiana, $96 million. But I think there's one more reason. And while winning is still the most important thing, I think there is another quality that Lane Kiffin has that he actually shares with the biggest names in college football. I'm talking Ryan Day, Kirby Smart, Dabo Swinney. You want to take it back to the old school because I'm an old fool who's so cool. Nick Saban, Urban Meyer. There is one quality they all share. And I think Lane Kiffin took a little while to develop it, to sharpen it, to get to the point where it's a positive, not a negative, because for some people this quality can be a negative. But I think he got there. And I think this one personality trait, it's not going to shock you, but I think when I lay it out, you're going to go, damn, Rob Brown's got a point. We'll talk about that when we come back on the Rob Brown Show in the Fan Upstate. Ward, good morning, buddy. Good to see the name pop up, man. Great to have you. Shout out to Fort Worth, Texas. I've never been to Fort Worth, Texas. I've been to San Antonio. I've been to Dallas. I've been to Houston. I've been to Austin. I want to go back to Austin. I miss Austin. Austin's amazing. Austin's the weirdest city in Texas, and I love it. Stay right there, guys. We'll be right back. Last segment, we talked about Lane Kiffin. I firmly believe that Lane Kiffin is about to become the highest paid head coach in college football right now. And I don't think he'll stay there long. Florida, LSU, Penn State, one of those will make him that, or Ole Miss maybe, but one of them will make him the highest paid head coach in college football. And then as the pool of potential candidates at huge name schools shrinks by one big name, in order to outbid for whoever becomes the next big name up, one of those guys will likely take that title from Lane Kiffin very quickly. But I do think Lane Kiffin is the first domino that will fall. So the question that I asked was, how did Lane Kiffin go from a guy that just a few years ago, after things going tragically wrong in, at the time, Oakland with the Raiders, after the way that he left Tennessee, after leaving USC and going to Nick Saban's home for rehabilitating coaches, how did Lane Kiffin go from a guy who was kind of a joke in college football to a media darling and a fan favorite? My answer is very simple. And it is one that I think most of you are going to go, yeah, dude, like, no, Rob. But I also think it is something that matters. And you know, Rob Brown, sometimes I like to make sports deeper than they are. I also think that this is a bit of a potential life lesson for a lot of you out there. Can I tell you what I think is the signature? Aside from winning, like, you do have to win, but there's something else to it. If I was to name right now the highest paid head coaches, and, you know, maybe I could change the name and say most successful, but obviously I think those things are to some degree in sync with each other, right? The more successful, the higher you are up on the pay rate. Check out the names of the highest paid head coaches in college football right now. Kirby Smart, number one, $13 million approximately per year. We don't know the exacts, and obviously there's a lot of incentive money that can be added, a lot of endorsement money, both locally and nationally, that can be added, whatever. But just base salary, Kirby Smart, 13 mil. Ryan Day, 12.5. Kurt Signetti, after his new contract, 11.6. Lincoln Riley at USC, 11.5. Dabo Sweeney, 11.2. Steve Sarkisian, 10.8. Dan Lanning, 10.4. Kalen DeBoer, 10.25. Brian Kelly, 10.175. Bill Belichick, 10.1. Those are the highest paid head coaches in college football right now. With a couple of exceptions, and I'll specifically point out two on this list. Do you know what all of them have in common, in my opinion? They are all authentically who they are. There is no question mark about who this person really is. And for some of them, they're just an a-hole. And for some of them, they're friendly, cheery guys. And for some of them, they are somewhere in the middle. But they're all 100% authentically who they are. And I think that is now a requirement to be successful in college football. Let me play you an answer that kind of triggered this thought for me from Lane Kiffin. Lane, in his press conference earlier this week, after they knocked off the Oklahoma Boomer Sooners, was in a press conference, and a reporter asked a question. And I would like to let you listen to Lane's answer, and then his answer, and then his answer to that question.
Your thoughts following the game? Coach Brent Venables said he felt like he had the better team. Just your overall thoughts on that.
That's an interesting take. That's a hot take. You have a better team. I wouldn't have thought that people watching would say that. You know, I felt that we won at their place in weather that as a defensive head coach you would normally wish for, and won by 8 points. And I think we left a lot out there. I think we should have won by a couple scores. So I don't know how he evaluated that game, that they were the better team. I mean, we had way more yards, 21 first downs to 14, and we played 87 plays of offense, and they had 1 sack and didn't force any turnovers. That's a interesting take, but whatever he needs to say.
And also following up to road trips.
Maybe
to Georgia.
Maybe they had the better team last year too when we beat them. Sorry.
Yes, sir. following up on the road against Georgia.
Maybe we had the better team in Oklahoma when we beat them 55-19 in the national championship. Maybe we had the better team at Clemson when we beat them 45-40 in the national championship at Alabama. Next question, my bad. You got me on that.
Talking about.
I love it. I love it. I love it. That is, it comes across to a lot of people, I think, as almost kind of petty, right? Like my man started digging through history. Right
I don't
there.
know. That's a budding rivalry now. Not really, but I mean,
it's not
a one-sided rivalry.
Maybe so. I mean, they just beat the crap out of him. But the point here is Lane Kiffin started with just a simple, that's an interesting take. That's a hot take. And then as it spun in the old wheelhouse for Lane Kiffin, I think he kind of got to the point where he realized, yeah, I can't let this go. Now, I want you to think back to the last handful of games for Ole Miss. I go back to last week, Oklahoma. Lane Kiffin said, as he is chirping to a sideline reporter during the postgame interview, yeah, they're real quiet now. I don't hear a lot of talk now. And then we found out it was because one player on Oklahoma's defense, according to Lane Kiffin, multiple times ran up to him during the game and was like, you can't score on us. You can't score on us. And then they did that a lot. And Lane Kiffin straight up said, while the kid came over to dap him up to his face, yeah, this kid right here was telling me a bunch we can't score on him. I don't hear him talking a bunch right now. And then I want to take you back to the run-up to the LSU game. That is a rivalry game. It's not one of the biggest and the best, but it is a long-standing rivalry game. Will Weeks, starting star linebacker for LSU, started dating Lane Kiffin's daughter. Now, I will say, Lane, surprisingly cool football dad, right? Because I think he could have said a lot and done a lot and whatever, and been a traditional Southern pops who kind of lays the law down. You want to date my daughter? Whatever. Lane was pretty cool about the whole thing. And in the process of that, when Ole Miss beat the absolute dog snot up out of LSU, Lane Kiffin had jokes for Will Weeks after the game. He's like, yeah, man, Will Weeks was puking during the game. Maybe we ran up a little up tempo that we wouldn't have done otherwise. I wanted to put it, it's fun. Lane Kiffin is authentically Lane Kiffin. And in that answer, responding to Brent Venables' take that we had the better team, even though we lost the game, you could hear the gears starting to crank up in on Lane Kiffin because it started with a pretty traditional coach answer, which is going to be like, all right, it's an interesting take, but I don't agree, and we won the game, and as far as I'm concerned, that's all that matters. We're on to the next one. Not Lane.
But you notice he started out pointing out that Venables was a defensive guy. Before he went into all that, that's one of the first things he pointed out is that he's a defensive guy.
Did that, pointed out, and like I said, did that, and then dug back into history for all the spots that he has beat Brent Venables in different roles and was like, did he have the better team then? Did he have the better team when I was at Alabama and we beat him? Did he have the better team here and there? Again, that's just Lane Kiffin being like, this is what it is. Authenticity, I think, is the most important thing that a coach can have. And I think I think there's a few reasons for that. The first is, and the most important one, exactly what Keegan just said in the chat on our live stream, facebook.com/thefanupstate, the Fan Upstate on YouTube, on Twitter, the Rob Brown Show on Facebook, on YouTube, and on Twitch. I think it's a strong recruiting tool, players like the Moxie and the big personality. And look, yes. And it doesn't even necessarily have to be the big personality, right? Because I think there are a lot of coaches that are very successful, but they're not like big. Like Kirby Smart. Kirby Smart's not a big personality, right? Like he's not a boisterous dude. Hey, but he is authentically, I'm just a business football guy. Nick Saban was not, during his time as a coach, he was loud and he was aggressive, but he wasn't like when he was out on the trail, it wasn't like a big personality. He's just a dude that walked in and was like, look, here's what I want done. Here's how I want it done. Here's what I want it done. And if you show up and you do what I want, when I want, how I want, you're going to win one of these rings that I'm wearing 7 of. And that's a great recruiting pitch for a guy like Lane Kiffin. If Lane Kiffin showed up at my house and knocked on the door, was like, yo, I want to come hang out and have a couple of brewskis. Come on in, Joey Freshwater. Let's party, man. That's a guy that resonates with me. And when I look at the rest of the highest paid head coaches, Kirby Smart, again, not a big boisterous personality, but just authentically, I just care about football. Down 2, if you're one of the 97 players that gets caught doing 125, I'll find a way to help you get off the hook as long as you help me win football games. Ryan Day. We all found out this year Ryan Day has at least one nipple ring. I promise you, there is not a person in America that has a nipple ring that is an inauthentic character.
I'm not defending. It's unconfirmed.
It's not. You can see it.
It's
not. Sorry,
it is.
It's not. Sorry, Lonzo. It is 100,000% okay that your coach has nipple rings. There's nothing wrong with that.
I don't care. But he hasn't come out and said, yes, I do.
I don't need him to. We saw it. He got sweaty. We saw it, man. It's kind of like the situation. No, I'm not even going to go down that path. We saw it. All right. So all of that being said, there's not a person in America that has a nipple ring that's not authentically themselves. I want you to think about everyone that you know that is confirmed nipple ring guy or gal. That person's authentic.
As far as I know, I don't know anyone.
As far as you know, I bet Odie has one, and he just doesn't want to let it rip.
Wow, why'd you? Yeah, you probably.
I'm gonna check in with him. I bet he does.
You should have texted him.
And do you know anybody less authentic or more authentic than Odie?
Should I text him and ask him?
Yeah, I kind of want you to now. But
hey, maybe Cole has one.
Maybe Cole does. No, I don't know if Cole does. That might be a little out the wheels, but maybe he does. I can't confirm he doesn't.
Diesel, maybe.
I can see Diesel with a bar. All right. Okay. But the point is
that what they're calling a bar?
I mean, there's bars, there's hoops, there's all styles. Just like an ear piercing, you can get all sorts of shapes.
A lot about this.
I mean, listen, I may or may not have one point in my distant past dated a young lady who had nipple rings. And I'm just going to say.
Does she wear like chaps and stuff too?
No. She was. If you would have met this girl.
You accessorize. I mean, what kind of clothing?
If you would have met this girl in the day-to-day, she was very sweet, but she was authentically a character all the time. And that's it. Kurt Signetti. Is there a college football coach in America right now that is more authentically him than Kurt? I win. Google me Signetti. There's not. Lincoln Riley is maybe the first guy I could debate here, but think about not USC Lincoln Riley. Think about Oklahoma Lincoln Riley when he was winning and everybody knew he was on his way to becoming one of the highest paid head coaches in college football, whether he stayed at Oklahoma or left. Dude was just kind of like, he's just a guy, just one of the guys. Dabo Swinney. Some people like him for it. Some people don't. But at the end of the day, Dabo Swinney is maybe the most authentically himself person in college football. Steve Sarkisian, I put in that boat. Dan Lanning at Oregon. You watch any Dan Lanning post-game pressers? That guy's fun. He's not like super funny, but like he's just got these moments where you're like, I like this guy a lot. Kalen DeBoer at Alabama. Kalen DeBoer showed up, and despite every Alabama fan saying, we want you to be Nick Saban again, Kalen DeBoer's like, that's not me, and I'm not going to be that guy. What's Alabama doing right now? They've lost one game in week 1. They've kicked everybody's ass since then, and they're on the way. Authentic. Now we get to the 2 guys at the bottom of the list. Brian Kelly. Is there anybody in college football less authentic than Brian Kelly? Family. From the second, we knew that guy was inauthentic when he was at Notre Dame, but from the second he showed up at LSU, a decision I was like, LSU, you're going to hate this decision. It's going to bite you in the ass one day. Turns out biting him in the ass was 4 days or 3 days ago on Sunday. But when Brian Kelly showed up, the first words we heard out of his mouth at that LSU basketball game when they introduced him was, I can't wait to be part of the LSU family. Buddy, that's not how you talk. You've been on our TV for 5 years now. That is not how we talk, my guy. Inauthentic as hell. It never changed. There's not an LSU player that played for Brian Kelly that has defended Brian Kelly yet. Not one. I'm going to play some audio here in a few minutes that proves that to you. Not one. And Bill Belichick. Now, Hoodie was, I think, authentically himself when he was at New England. But this new version of North Carolina, Bill Belichick, ain't it. It's not the same guy. And North Carolina's paying $10.1 million for a guy who hadn't won a conference game yet at North Carolina. Granted, it's only 1 year, going to take some time, big roster turnover, yada, yada, yada.
You almost had one last week.
Yeah, and against a good team. But, they're not anywhere close to it yet. I look at the top handful of coaches in college football, and they all have one thing in common, which is specifically the championship caliber coaches. They are all 1,000% authentically themselves. Now, I would like to point out, some people being authentically themselves is not good because some people would be labeled as a hole, and we don't like those people. But here's the thing. If you're that guy and you win, it's okay. Nick Saban was kind of a hole when he coached at Alabama, but there are people who gravitate to that. Tom Coughlin, when he was with the Giants, was just known for being a friggin' drill instructor. But he had some good runs because some guys gravitate to that. That's okay. Being that guy out in the everyday, general, like day-to-day public, not always a great thing. But in college football, whether you're being an a-hole or whether you're just like the most loosey-goosey fun guy in the world, being authentic is a requirement. Doesn't guarantee you that you're going to win, but it's a requirement. And right now, think about the summer of Lane, dude. The guy just took over everything this season in college football and is, again, about to become the single highest paid head coach in college football. And I think it is because he took the old Joey Freshwater, kind of a butthole, but like borderline funny. And now he's just funny. Now he's just a funny guy. He's not mean. He's not a jerk. He's just a funny guy. And he's kicking most everybody's ass. Like, that's why. Authentically yourself is the way to succeed as a head coach of college football. And I don't think there is one right now more authentically themselves than Dabo Swinney and Lane Kiffin. And I think that's why they're getting paid. All right, we'll talk more about this coming up. I got some audio bites for you in the next segment. We'll get to some NFL talk and more. Texter said, pretty sure Liberob has had a belly button ring. No, I haven't, because it would look like a trailer hitch. And nobody wants to see that, buddy. I will say.
What? I don't understand that.
A belly button ring?
No, why would it look like a trailer hitch?
Because I am fat. Is the predominant, not as fat.
Anyone looking
fat
at you wearing that killer T-shirt would not think that you're fat.
Shirt, right?
I
will tell you this, Lonzo, and I'm not promising that this won't happen by the end of the year. I've come dangerously close now twice to getting the ears punched a couple of times. Like I'm tiptoeing up to the line of being
as long as
pierced
you don't
ear
get
bro.
Gauges. I don't get.
That's not my style.
Once you do that, there's no going back.
I am debating between, do I go with like a classic diamond stud, or do I go like a little black hoop, like a pirate style kind of deal?
Yeah, I think you do that. Go with the 80s. Let something hang down.
I might rock the David Bowie lightning bolt on one ear. That might be the play. I don't know. My identity crisis rolls on, people, is what I'm pointing out here.
You should be authentically you.
You should too, while you do the sports flash.
Yeah, this is me trying not to cough. Toronto has tied up the World Series at 2 games apiece with a 6-2 win over Los Angeles in Game 4. Shane Bieber went 5.1 innings with 4 hits and 1 run allowed, outdueling Shohei Ohtani 6 innings with 6 hits and 4 runs surrendered. Toronto's offense racked up 11 hits, including Vladimir Guerrero's 7th postseason home run. Charlotte FC dropped the opener of their best-of-3 series against New York City's FC, falling 1-0 at home. Alonso Martinez netted the match's lone goal in the 34th minute. The second game is Saturday and at 3:30 in New York. Charlotte Hornets are now 22-2 after a 144-117 blowout loss to the Miami Heat. All 5 starters scored in double digits for the Hornets. Charlotte was missing Brandon Miller, whose shoulder injury will be evaluated today. Hour number 3, the Rob Brown Show coming up. Sorry. Ooh. I need a moment. because that burns really bad.
Spike would like to know if you're okay, Lonzo. I can answer, no, he's not.
I like to quote one of my favorite songs, I'm not all right, I'm broken inside. If you know, you know.
The Rob Brown Show back on your radio, and it's the Fan Upstate. I got to tell you, we were...
I don't want to know this stuff.
I do.
Weirdo.
I am regularly described by my dear, loving, and perfect in every way wife as, quote, oversharing sometimes on the radio. We were having the conversation in the last segment. I asked the question this morning, how in the world has Lane Kiffin gone from a guy that was kind of a joke, kind of a laughing stock, kind of a almost to some degree pariah in college football for a while, to a guy who, whether it is in the middle of this year or after its conclusion, going to become the highest paid head coach in college football? And my answer was twofold. Number one, he showed up to Ole Miss and they're winning. They're a one-loss football team. They're only lost to Georgia. They are right there with Georgia as the next two teams into the SEC championship game. Bama and A&M right now are undefeated in conference and in the top spot. And if either one of those two, both of those teams take an L, Texas A&M and Georgia with the tiebreaker over the Rebels, are right there in the hot seat. And on top of that, Ole Miss right now, very much a playoff team. In fact, I would go so far as to say Ole Miss could, I don't think they will, but could lose another game and still be an at-large playoff team. In fact, in a year that I think we are going to see our first 3-loss at-large team in the playoffs this year, and it will come from the Southeastern Conference, they might be able to lose 2 more and still get in. I don't know, but definitely could drop 1 more and still get in. Now, the conversation that I brought up was Lane Kiffin, as much as anybody else, and maybe more than anybody else, maybe with the exception of Dabo Swinney, I think it's just the most authentically genuine, all-the-time himself guy in college football. I have only been around Lane Kiffin 2 or 3 times. And what I can tell you about Lane Kiffin is that unlike a lot of other coaches, Lane Kiffin is the same guy when he's not in front of a camera that he is when he is in front of a camera. And Lane Kiffin is the same guy to most everybody he comes across, whether you can do something for him or not, right? I've told you the story many times of my longest interaction with Nick Saban. Nick Saban was, and I'm not hating on Nick Saban for this. I get it. That was a big-time job at the University of Alabama. Nick Saban was a guy that didn't have time for you if you couldn't do something for him. Lane Kiffin was a guy that, Nick Saban was a guy that if you couldn't do anything for him, he didn't have the time of day for you. But the moment that he found out that you could do something for him, then all of a sudden he had time to shake your hand and share a word with you or whatever. That's all well and good. That's not Lane Kiffin. I can tell you, Lane Kiffin is a cat that whether you can or can't do something for him, you're going to get treated the same way by Lane Kiffin, authentically himself. And then I started talking about the other coaches that are all at the top of the coaching pyramid right now. And I think that by and large, all of those guys are authentically themselves. And we got to Ryan Day. And while I said it as a bit of a joke, but not entirely, I brought up the fact that as of this year, we are all now 99% sure that Ryan Day has at least 1 nipple ring. We saw the picture of Ryan Day after, what game was it? It was, I don't even remember what game it was. Doesn't matter. It was early in the season. Maybe it was, I think it was a Texas game, wasn't it? I think it was right out of the gate. Either way, Ryan Day was on TV doing an interview, post-game on the sideline. And because it was, it was early in the season, it's a little worn. Ryan Day was sweating a little bit through his old Ohio State polo. And Ryan Day, I guess, had sweated enough that the sweat had chilled him off a little bit because he was giving the universal human indicator of, I'm a bit chilly. The Pokies were out. If you give me, and I'm not talking about Oklahoma State, okay? The Pokies were out. And next to Ryan Day, at least, and I'm looking at the picture right now, which is, I can say, I believe, the longest I've stared at a man's nipple in a very long time.
Wait, what?
It's what's happening in my life right now. This is just where I am in my life.
Okay.
Ryan Day's left nipple was very clearly indicating his internal body temperature. And then there's two more little protrusions through his polo shirt to the left and right in the exact space that they would be if Ryan Day not only had a nipple ring, but it was a bar nipple ring, which is just one that goes straight through, and it's got a little screw-on ball on both sides of it to hold it in place. Ryan Day, I am 99.9% sure, has a nipple piercing. I have no problem with or judgment of that. Cool. If that's your thing, do your thing. And I made the point, half is a joke, but also half I'm 1,000% correct. I made the joke that you don't know anyone with a nipple ring who is not a genuinely authentic person, because you've got to be real confident in yourself and who you are to have a nipple ring. You just do. You got to be confident to rock a nipple ring. Male, female, doesn't matter. You got to be confident in yourself. And I said it as a joke, but I also pointed out, like, I think Ryan Day is genuinely, authentically himself. Is Ryan Day the most compelling guy in the world? No. Is Ryan Day a guy that, when I look at the roster of coaches across college football, is Ryan Day a guy that jumps off the page as, I really want to go hang out and have a beer and talk ball with a guy? Not really. I mean, I would because it'd be interesting, but like, he's not a guy that I look at and I'm like, that dude seems awesome. I do feel that way about Lane Kiffin. Joey Freshwater's a guy I want to go catch a brewski with. Dan Lanning's a guy I want to go catch a brewski with. They seem like awesome dudes. So now, because of that, I have gotten 3 texts and 2 comments in the chat with people deciding to share the various body piercings that they have received over the years. Steven said, I have 3 earrings in my left ear and 2 in my right ear, and I've also had my tongue pierced. I was a young man at one time too. William, and I'm going to assume this is okay to share because you put it on the internet. William said, my wife and I have both nips pierced. That's what happens while drinking one night in Vegas for our 10th anniversary 5 years ago. Hey, listen, here's the thing, William. I would even go so far as to say, you know what that tells me? Not only are you a genuinely authentic person, it also going to tell me you are super confident, comfortable with, happy with your life and your wife in that moment. If you, in a moment of, inspired by Jägermeister or not, if you were in a moment having a conversation with your wife and one of you said, you know what would be fun, hun? You know what would be a great way to mark our 10th anniversary? Let's head on down in a city we're not from to a tattoo and piercing studio we've never been in before, and let's get the nips pierced as a bonding moment. That's not something you do if you are not wildly comfortable with both yourself and your wife and your relationship. I respect the hell up out of that.
All right, since we went a weird way, I got another question. Can you have your nipples pierced and not have a tattoo somewhere?
I can't, I don't know. Yes, but I don't know anybody who does. Now, I don't know that Ryan Day has a tattoo. What I do know is I also didn't know that Ryan Day had a nipple ring until week 1 of this college football season, and he's been in my life for a hot minute now. So, like, it's possible that Ryan Day's got like a Rolling Stones lip tattoo on his ass or something. Like, that's a real possibility. I don't know. Now, what I do know is the majority of people I do know that do have nipple rings also have a lot of tattoos. Not like a tat, like they're tatted, like it's a part of their life.
It's a progression. It like finishes the package probably.
Yeah, I think it does.
Okay.
And I would go so far as to say, even tattoos, I think there's 3 stages of tattoo. There's tattoo numero uno, which is the one that you get, but you get it somewhere that it's easily and always covered up. And that's just for you. And those are the people that, and I don't judge this, I'm good with that. But those are the people who are like, I don't want other people to know that I have a tattoo. And then there's tattoo step number 2, which is where I'm at in my life, which is, yeah, I got one on my back so that I can keep it covered up. But then I decided one day,
a tramp stamp.
You know what, screw it. It is not a tramp stamp. It's on my shoulder. Shut up. It is not a tramp stamp. But again, no judgment if you have a tramp stamp. All right. Tattoo number 2 is the first
there's
one.
a little bit of judgment if you have.
There probably is. Tattoo number 2 is the first tattoo that you get that is not always covered up. I got that one. It's my dad's handwriting on my left arm with the word focus, which is what he used to say to me all the time before he passed away, as a constant and in my face reminder to get my bleep together when my bleep is not together, which is with some regularity. I look at that and it's my nice little kick-ass reminder from my father of, hey, stop sucking. Like, do better. So that's number 2. And then once you have that and you realize that, you know what, like the overwhelming majority of people, as much as your parents may have told you, like, oh, nobody's going to take, nobody cares. Like, nobody cares anymore. We're past that point. That's when you start going, as I am ready to, you start adding more and more places. And I think if you are that guy, like, you're confident in yourself because you recognize that while most people won't, there will be people who are going to judge you and react differently to you. And you've got to be in a place where you go, I don't care.
All right.
I don't care.
I don't care. Once I see a face tattoo, I'm a little scared.
I mean, that's a different.
Yeah.
That's too much for even most people,
Yeah,
you know?
yeah,
or like a big tattoo of like a random wrestling logo on your neck or something.
Wow.
But then again, once you get to the point that you got that much money in the bank, it don't matter anymore.
Mysterio went for a full-on front neck tattoo, and it actually looks cool. So,
by the way, Joey just texted, said, Lonzo, absolutely. I have had 27 piercings, including both nipples, and I don't have a single tattoo. That's from Joey.
Okay.
Kevin said, I have made in America tattooed on my butt. I got to tell you, that's an all-timer. I got to tell you, that's a
how'd you spell
that's
made?
an all-timer.
I'm just curious.
I'm assuming MADE.
Okay, yeah.
As is the old.
There was a movie made in America,
yeah.
so I didn't know. Maybe it was a fan of the movie or something.
So now we have had at least, because I've gotten 4 other texts with a variety of piercing locations, including one so far who did the old Prince Albert, which I got to tell you, I'm a bit of an adrenaline junkie.
Mean like the wrestler?
Mm-mm.
Okay.
Mm-mm. The Prince Albert is a very specific piercing. That goes
it's down there.
That's the
okay.
one.
That's what that's called.
That's the one. That is a Prince
right.
Albert. One texter said, I got the Prince Albert. And I've texted back to that individual and have not gotten a reply yet. Do you regret it? And was it worth it? And let me make it very clear. I am considering, this is where the oversharing thing came from. Rob Brown has gotten dangerously close on at least 2 occasions to getting the ears pierced. Never had it before. Thought about it like, all right, I'm having my identity crisis at 40. Like maybe I'll get it done.
I was going to do it when I was in when the band was going for like a decade, but I was told no.
Yeah, and that's
my wife will let me do whatever to my hair, all this kind of stuff, but she said no ear piercing. I'm like, okay.
Yeah, and I think like that's for me, the expression of identity when I was in my 20s was in the band. Like that's my identity, and I'm cool enough as is.
Everybody else, every other dude in the band had an ear pierced. It's like,
now,
why not?
I have gone through my fingernail painting phase. I rocked the Caleb Williams for a while there, just always black because it looked cool when you're playing guitar.
I think you should start doing that again.
I've come close to that a few times. I don't care, and that's kind of part of it. Is like I have hit a point in my life where I just do GAF about what anybody thinks. So like, okay, cool. If you think I can't do my job because I painted my fingernails, like get over it. So can Caleb Williams, whatever. That is kind of part of that. And I think that if you've listened to the show for any length of time, and I think the folks in the chat who know me personally will tell you, Rob Brown's authentically Rob Brown. And sometimes I'm loud and obnoxious and a fun-loving guy, and sometimes I'm just like I get kicked in the nads by life and I'm a different guy, but like it's always going to be authentic. I think you have to be that to get the most that you can get out of your life. There are some people that get ahead by being fraudulent and fake, but those people are eventually exposed and it ends up going poorly for most of them.
And sometimes they move to Detroit.
Sometimes it ends up going very poorly for them.
Because nothing good happens in Michigan. That's all I mean.
Obviously. So with all of that being said, I think that to circle back around, number one, the reason Lane Kiffin, aside from he's winning and is probably going to the college football playoff this year, and I honestly think behind Trinidad Chambliss is good enough to win a game, maybe 2. I think that Lane Kiffin, aside from just winning a bunch, being authentically yourself is most important. And I'll give you one more reason, just to and then we'll stop and we'll get away from this. There is one more thing about this that I think is important. I have given you guys many, many times over my 4 pillars of successful college coaching. I think you have to do 4 things. Player acquisition, recruiting and using the portal. Player retention, keeping guys that are in your program. Player development, once you get the guys and you keep them in your program, developing them to be the best football players they can be. And then number 4, game day execution. You've got to be able to get the guys, keep the guys, develop the guys, then take them out on the field on a Saturday and get the most out of them and be able to adjust in game. But I've said all of that those 4 pillars are built on a foundation, and that foundation is culture. And that culture can be anything. It can be a Dabo culture that is very obviously, openly faith-driven. It can be a Kurt Signetti culture where it is very brash and it is very cocky and it is fun. It can be a Ed Ogeron culture. Go Tigers. Like that. The culture can be anything. But I do believe this to be true. In order to establish a culture, you must be a leader. And in order to be a leader, you must be authentically yourself. Do any of you know of a leader who is fake? Not mean, because that might just be who that person is. Or not over the top nice and bubbly, because that might be that person is. I'm talking about clearly, evidently, fraudulent and fake in terms of character and personality. Because I'll tell you, there will always be 1 or 2, but those people don't usually stay forever in that job. Why? Because once people see you as fraudulent and fake, they don't line up behind you anymore. And if you're in a position of leadership and people don't line up behind you, then you're not a leader. You're not a leader if you're by yourself. You're not a leader unless people follow. If you're by yourself, nobody's following. You're not a leader. You're just a rogue. You're a lone wolf. And okay, but that's not going to win you many football games. So I think in order to establish that culture, you've got to be a leader. Do you know why Brian Kelly didn't work out at LSU? It's not because he's not a good football coach. I think he can X and O with anybody. Brian Kelly didn't work out at LSU because he was an inauthentic, fake, fraudulent person. That's just what he was. From the day he showed up at that basketball game and screamed, "Family," into a mic, it was evident that he was going to try to play the role of chameleon, the guy that could just fit in with whoever he was around at any given moment. And I think he lost the program because of that. And the culture cracked and faded away. And then LSU eroded around him, and it cost him his job. Lane Kiffin has a culture built around him in Ole Miss. And Lane Kiffin, because he is so authentically himself, wherever he goes next, LSU, Florida, Penn State, or he stays at Ole Miss, that culture is going to be there and replicated. And once you have a culture built, now you can start putting the pillars up. Once the culture's built, now you can work on acquisition, retention, development, execution. And when you get that going, now you're a good coach. And I think that's where Lane Kiffin is right now. You're laughing a bunch, and I assume it has to do with our friend.
Yes, you were right.
He's nipped up?
Apparently not only there, but a bunch of other places. And he's willing to talk about it on the air.
Told you.
I
told you.
Yeah, I don't want to know anymore, okay?
Told you. Listen, I love Odie. I love Odie. When I come in, and not as often as I used to or want to, but when I come in on the Saturday Night Pulse, you better believe Lonzo sometimes has to run interference between me and Odie because I love the dude, and he's hilarious. But he's also, and I say this with no disrespect to anybody else, it's a compliment to him. I don't know anybody in this building, and this includes myself, that is as authentically themselves as everybody's favorite Irishman. And you add on top of that the attitude and the tats. My dude 100% had a nip ring. That was not a guess. That was like an objective reality of you're going to find out. And I love him. I love the guy. All right.
I think you need that to be in the Irish Navy, but what do I know?
I'm also going to suspect that I learned 2 things in this segment. Number 1, I am willing to bet that this is the most times that the word nipple has ever been said in one segment of Sports Talk Radio. And number 2, I am going to guess that as of right now, I am the only radio show that can claim I know roughly what percentage of our listening audience has nipple rings now because they're willing to volunteer. If you have nipple rings, you're not unwilling to talk about it. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I don't think
if you get one, you're the type of person that's going to be like, yeah, I got one. Deal with it. All right. No more nipple rings. Or maybe more nipple rings. Who knows? It's the Rob Brown Show. It's the Fan Upstate.
Oh no, that was very morning zoo-ish. We're not supposed to do that. But nowhere near what you'll hear on the Rise Guys morning show. So there's that. And now I don't want to know about the multiple piercings. And now he's going to tell me every single one of them. Listen, and there'll be a story behind every one of them. And while I am interested in the story, I still don't want to hear it.
There was story of is Odie nipped out. And that wasn't really like that was I felt I'd have put a bet down that he did. And then there's curiosity level 2 of like, okay, you've got a bunch more. I'm curious. But then there's level 3. And that is one particular one did you get this one?
Yeah, well,
Like that's the one.
Yeah.
I shouldn't be curious.
That's
at
the
all
one.
about.
No, that's the one I don't want to know about.
That's the only one I want to know about.
And,
I will ask him that.
And Jacob, it's unsettling that you remember that. But here's the thing: if I had those, then I wouldn't care. I'd be wearing that kind of shirt all the time.
Oh man.
I also don't like needles, so I'm never going to do any of that.
See that's I don't either. But I feel like it's especially the ear. You don't have to look at it, All right, be right back. I'm bringing us back
It's all your fault.
primarily because of this comment from everybody's favorite Irishman.
Oh, okay.
You icon, Odie. You legend. I work for the biggest phony who's also a complete kiss arse. Nice. To every higher up, he keeps moving up the chain. People like that will join it. They will. But Nettie Mac, I also, in my experience, I can't say I believe this is always true. I think some people do get ahead doing that. At some point, the Peter principle kicks in. And at some point, those people get themselves into a job where kiss arsing is not enough. Like, you have to do a job. And eventually, butt kissing your way up the chain will eventually get you kicked in said butt. That's just a reality. Oh, you don't have to leave, Spike. I don't know why you're leaving.
Take me with you. This is like I'm being quiet during the segment. It's kind of my fault too, but
Mike Shula has a tramp stamp. That would be my college game day sign, except they won't be back here anytime soon.
Yeah,
Woof.
but it's a tramp stamp of what though?
Woof.
Georgia? I mean, what's the tramp stamp of?
Nick Saban's signature.
That could be. That could absolutely be. So that text, were you asked to stop or were you?
No, hilariously, the comment that she jumped in on was when I said I was considering getting the ears pierced, and she said, OMG, don't. And I said, I've come close a couple of times. She just replied, don't. And I said, if you're lucky, it'll just turn into another tattoo. And then I sent her the tattoo I'm interested in, which is the slogan of South Carolina, while I breathe, I hope, but written in the font of the U.S. Constitution. And I want to get it down the arm right there. And she said, why don't you just keep talking? And I said, because she asked me, like, what do I want for Christmas? And I'm like, I don't want anything. Like, you don't have to get me anything for Christmas. So I went back and I said, oh, that can be my Christmas gift. Get me a gift card to the lady who does the tattoos. And she said, nope, don't want to know when you go. I was like, no, it's a family bonding event. You're coming too. And she responded, you came out of me. I think we're bonded enough. The Rob Brown Show is on your radio. It's the fan upstate. Rob Brown, the great one, Lonzo, and you. I'll leave it alone, but Spike said Mike Shula has a tramp stamp. That would be my college game day sign, except they won't be back here anytime soon. It would be a good one. If I saw that on TV, I would probably take a picture of it and post it on Twitter out of hilariousness, to be honest with you. Spike, good call. All right, 844-326-6663 if you have a sports take or you want to tell us where you're pierced.
How should I label that last segment on our
nipple rings?
Okay, just that. There was other piercings.
Just nipple rings. That's gonna grab the attention.
I'm just gonna put in where are you pierced?
Fair enough.
Okay, because that covers everything.
Nipple rings. That was fun. All right, let me get to a couple other things that I would like to get to here on the radio program. I want to play this clip and then respond to it since we're on the conversation about head coaches in college football. Danny Cannell, and I will say this: I have a complicated and I think relatively nuanced thought on Danny Cannell. I think there was a very long time where Danny Cannell was a really good sports talking head. And I still think he is not a bad sports talking head. I just think that Danny Cannell recognized the career space that Paul Feinbaum has carved out for himself. That career space of effectively being a glorified troll / advocate of one particular entity. And not just, I'm going to defend that entity, but I'm going to attack everybody else. And I think Danny Cannell is doing his best to become the Paul Feinbaum of the ACC. I don't fault him for it. I don't hate the player. I hate the game. But I do think he is trying to become kind of the ACC's Paul Feinbaum to see if he can elevate to that role. And I don't think he can because, frankly, I just don't think the ACC is ever going to have the gas behind it that the SEC has in terms of, like, fan whatever, craziness, support, whatever word you want to use there. But I do think every now and then Danny Cannell stumbles on some pretty interesting sports conversations. So he was talking about the fact that we have 10 college football programs that are open in the middle of the season and was kind of trying to talk his way around why.
I'm trying to figure out why, this season has been this perfect storm. Have teams been waiting maybe extra years for some coaches? Is it because somebody pulls the trigger and then it's like, oh, well, they spent $50 million, so we can too, because James Franklin was the second highest buyout until now. Now Brian Kelly steps into that to the second highest buyout. Jimbo Fisher obviously was the biggest buyout that's been paid before. Like, does that make it? Is there more pressure on these programs to keep up with the Joneses, or is it just as bad as the fans think? Because the fans have a big voice in this. It's interesting that two of them were ranked in the preseason top 10 in LSU and Penn State. So maybe these coaches are a victim of their own expectations. Because you remember both of the James Franklin and Brian Kelly were two of the most confident coaches coming into this season. I remember you were at SEC Media Days. Yep. I was at Big Ten Media Days. And the kids used the term aura. James Franklin and Penn State players had an aura about them. It was like, ooh, they seem like they're confident. They seem like they're the team to watch out for. They fall flat on their face. Brian Kelly said this is the most talented roster he's had at LSU coming in this year. So then all of a sudden things seem to fall apart. You get blown out at home, which is one of the toughest venues to play in, and at home, that's a pride-filled stadium, and you get embarrassed. Whew. It has been a wild ride. But two of the biggest surprises ever. I mean, if you would have said this in August 23rd, a week before the season started, and talked about the possibility of this. Said, no way, not with these two programs. But here we are.
So there's a couple of responses that I have to that. The first is, and I do think that this is to some degree a part of it. Brian Kelly, James Franklin, maybe to some degree Billy Napier, are they victims, not necessarily of their own success? Because again, Brian Kelly didn't win a damn thing. James Franklin didn't win a damn thing. Billy Napier didn't win a damn thing. But you know what they did? What they did is they set their own expectations. They set their own expectations. And he kind of nailed it. Like I was at SEC Media Days as well. And Brian Kelly did describe that LSU team as his best team ever, like the most talented team he's ever coached. And so did a lot of other guys. So did Lane Kiffin. So did Kalen DeBoer. Like every coach is going to say that. But I think this is one of those spots where I have always, to some degree, cautioned coaches about leaning too far into the coaching cliches. Because the reality is the fans are going to, your fans specifically, are going to take you at face value. They're going to take you at your word. They are going to believe when you say, this is my most talented team, that it is. They're going to believe when you say our expectations are national championship or bust. The fans are going to believe that. And the issue that you cause for yourself if you are a head coach in that position is that when they believe you, that genuinely does become the expectation for you to meet. And if you don't meet that expectation, people, like anyone else that is in charge of having somebody do a job, at some point, people are going to look at you and they're going to say, you're not meeting expectations. And if you are the ones that set the expectation at championship or bust, if you are the one that sets the expectation at best team ever, I mean, doesn't it kind of circle back around to it's on you? Doesn't it kind of circle back around to maybe you did this to yourself? So, you know, it's I get it. If you're a coach, you want everybody to believe that you're doing things the right way. You have built this program, you have built this team into something special that the fans can be excited about and get excited. Because again, if the fans aren't excited, the fans won't invest. And obviously in today's era of college football, it is more important than ever before that the fans invest because you need that money. You need the booster revenue coming in. You need them buying tickets. You need them getting in on the NIL collectives. You need the fans involved just to be able to afford a team nowadays. Yeah. And so you've got this double-edged sword that coaches have to live by nowadays in that on one hand, you have to build up the expectations because you need the fans to be excited about possibilities so they are primarily financially invested in what you are doing. But there is the other side of that coin, which is James Franklin was absolutely building up his team into a team that was viewed as I fell for it. Like that's the biggest takeaway from the preseason for me was that I fell for the annual, this is finally it for James Franklin hype. And that wasn't the case. When you build up the expectations, which again, you have to in 2025, when you build up the expectations so that fans get invested, so that fans are excited and they want to give money to you and your program and your players. The other side of that coin, the other shoe that will eventually drop is that the fans believe that those expectations are real. The fans believe that those expectations are legitimate, that you are capable of those things. And if they believe that and you don't meet those expectations, the fans' voice ultimately are the ones who are specifically the big-time boosters, but everybody at large is kind of on the same page most of the time. The fans' voices are the ones that grow loudly enough that your AD may look and say, all right, I got to make a change. Like, we have to make a change here. I think that's a good kind of thought experiment from Danny Cannell. Did these guys, specifically the ones in charge of programs that felt like this is a turning point for them, did those fans feel misled into having unjustifiably high expectations that those coaches then failed to meet? And I think it's a fair question to ask. All right, let's take a break. We'll come back. We'll get some NFL talking next. A very interesting survey done of NFL fans just came across the wire. I'd like to talk about that next on the Rob Brown Show in the Fan Upstate.
Sorry about that. Brought that fade in too heavy because I coughed while I was doing it. Motor control is not a thing you can do while coughing.
Got a chance this weekend to see Sax Squatch, who, if you are unfamiliar with Sax Squatch, is on social media, and you should absolutely go find him. He is either a 6'8" man, or he is a smaller man that has worked his way into a 6'8" to a foot tall Bigfoot costume, and he plays saxophone, hence Sax Squatch. And he plays covers and originals, but he plays them over like EDM backing tracks, right? And he played everything. He played Chappell Roan's Hot to Go. He played Careless Whisper. Like, he played all kinds of stuff, but he also played a bunch of his original songs too. And I am going to say that I had as much fun at his show as I've had at any concert outside of and excluding my favorite concert band, Cowboy Mouth, in a very, very, very long time. I have not been to...
What was the crowd like?
I mean, Radio Room was packed. Radio Room was packed.
Demographic. I'm curious.
I'd say it was honestly pretty across the spectrum. Like, you had a number of older folks that were in there. You had a number of folks my age. You had a lot of young cats in there, and I think a big chunk of it is because what he does covers the spectrum, right? Like, he was playing 70s and he played September, Earth, Wind, and Fire, which was my wedding song. He played September on a sax, but with like a DJ backing track to it.
Well, it makes sense. All the stuff that most of the songs that you've mentioned that he does have a horn section or a sax solo in it. So,
but I mean, like, there were lasers, there were smoke machines, there was a disco ball, there was all kinds of stuff. It was genuinely a fascinating show. Like, it was interesting.
It sounds like someone who was able to take a gimmick and
1,000%. The drummer from a band, Jeremy, who lives in Charlotte, he came down and we were talking about it. And I said, you want to know what I think is genuinely the most interesting thing about this guy? Is that my bet is this was a music fan who, like, was getting beat up back in the day because he was a big band nerd. And then one day, in order to get away from that, he put on a Sasquatch outfit and then went and played saxophone. And everybody was like, yo, Bigfoot playing saxophone is legit. And now this dude's literally touring the country playing 1,000-person gigs for probably pretty good money.
Was the Sasquatch outfit in clothing on it, or is it just straight up Sasquatch all the way?
He has on a bandana and glasses, and it's straight up Sasquatch the rest of the way.
Okay.
He puts on a bandana with his logo on it, and then he puts on like the big Viper glasses, which I was like, why? But then I realized, like, the costume probably has eye holes in it. So he puts that on to cover those up. And I got to tell you, like, it's pretty convincing. The only reason that it's like kind of jarring is he cut out underneath his arm so that he could stand in front of the fan and have cold air blare go into the costume. And the lips don't move. They're like costume lips. So he talks through them, but he's got this real deep voice as Sasquatch. Like, he's great. It's genuinely entertaining. We were talking about the comments of Danny Cannell. Danny Cannell asked what I thought was a very interesting question. Do coaches, and you can look at this year where we have more in-season firings at the FBS level than we've ever had before. Is there some level of coaches falling victim to their own hype machine, right? Because you want a coach who comes out every year and says, oh yeah, we're going to be great. We're going to be good. We're going to, this is the best team I've ever had. We got a Heisman caliber quarterback and we got this and we got that. We got this and we got that. And I think you obviously want a coach who truly believes that. But at the same time, coaches kind of have to say that because coaches kind of have to get fans engaged. And if your coach was to come out and go to media day and sit down with some radio dork and say, hey, Coach, Rob Brown, great to meet you. Let's start with this. We know what your fans' expectations are for the year, but what are yours? If that coach was to grab the mic and to say, well, to be honest with you, Rob, we're in the midst of a rebuild. We're going to try to be bowl eligible this year. We're going to aim for 6-6. I think if we have a real great year, maybe we can get to 7-5. I mean, if we play perfect football, maybe we can get to 8-4. Like, even if you are a team that is a perennial 8-4, if when Arkansas is going through their head coaching search, if Arkansas was to hire and trot out a head coach who comes out and goes, you know what? Arkansas is kind of what Arkansas is, and while I do think long-term we can get to where we need to go, it's going to be a long journey to get there, and I need the fans to be in. But we're going 8-4. We're going 7-5 this year. I fully suspect we will not make the playoffs this year. Nobody says that. Guys, the coaches at Wake Forest say every year playoffs are the goal. Like, we want into the college football playoffs this year. But obviously those top-tier schools, the LSUs, the Penn States, the Floridas, the Florida States, whatever, when their coach says it, they believe it. Coach has got to say it to get people to invest. On the flip side, by saying it to get people to invest, you bump up to the other side of the equation, which is if they say it so that they believe it, if you say it so that they invest, then that is the expectation at that point. That is the expectation. And if you don't meet the expectations, you run the risk of getting canned. Like, you run the risk of getting run out of town on a rail because you did not meet the expectations that the fans had of you in that spot. And I didn't even really think about this when I was doing that segment and having that conversation just a few minutes ago. But we got a text that kind of triggered something in the brain for me. The text came in during the last break. A texter said, Rob, I fell for the hype Dabo was putting out. So we've had the conversation about the future of Dabo Swinney. Is he safe? Is he secure? Is he the type of dude that is going to be able to get through this, come out the other side, and still have full autonomy to run the program and yada, yada, yada? And the answer for me is absolutely. He's done enough for that to be an absolute yes.
There's a difference with the Dabo hype, though. Yeah, he's got history on his side. He's been able to win championships.
Fair, but so, again,
I mean, if you are just big time fanning and you're not looking at the makeup of the team so much, but you're just a fan of your team, you're going to listen to the coach, and the coach says, hey, we're going to do this again, which implies that they've done it before, and he has, then you're probably going to believe him more than you should of those other guys.
I do not disagree with that at all. And obviously a coach who has been to the mountaintop and clearly, demonstrably, empirically knows what it takes to get there is the type of guy that you would like to think. If I've been there, I know how to get there, and I'm telling you all, we have the tools to get there one more time again. But here's the thing. I don't look at that with the exception of, yeah, okay, that person's done it and been there. What are they going to say? Hey, guys, I've been to the mountaintop, and I know how to get there, and unfortunately, this team ain't got it. You know what I mean? Like, could you imagine the reaction? I watched Dabo Swinney the other day when he was doing his press conference where And I don't remember exactly what the question was or what the setup to the conversation was. I watched it on like Monday. But there was a clip going around where Dabo was talking about the future to some degree and of this season as well as moving forward. And he said, we will get it right. We will get where we want to be. We will. Sorry. He said can. We can get this right. And we can get some wins. And we can finish the season strong. And we can come back. And we can be a playoff team. And we can win some championships in the future. We can. And the very first comment on the social media feed that video came across from, the very first comment that I came across was from one half of Wire to Wire with Diesel and Cole Bryson, Diesel, whose response in the comments was on social media, stop with the can, why not will? Which, for the record, I kind of took as like, oh, okay, Diesel like coming at him. But then I'm like, no, you know what? Actually, I actually like that. Language matters. Words matter. There is a big difference between I can do a thing and I will do a thing. I can go to the gym today. And if I sit here and say, boys, I can go to the gym today. I can go to the gym today. I can go to the gym today. That don't mean a damn thing. But if I tell you I will go to the gym today, I have now created expectations that I have to work towards in order to accomplish the thing that I need to accomplish in order to hold up my word. I think I can do a thing is a great way. Not that I'm not saying Dabo Swinney was doing this. I'm just making the point. I think I can do a thing is a great way to not have to do the thing, but not let anybody down by not doing the thing. If my wife sends me a text and says, hey, can you flip the laundry over for me? And I respond back, I can. And then she comes home and I didn't do it. And she's like, why? Like you said, no, I didn't say I was going to do it. I said I could do it. It's the old elementary schooler when you're like, can I go to the bathroom? I don't know. Can you? Like there's a reason they do that to you. It's not to be annoying. It's to teach you the difference in what those words and those phrases means. So I get where Diesel was coming from there, right? But now that we look at this team, this is an interesting spot because yes, Dabo was and should, but Dabo was putting out the hype to believe in this team. Dabo was selling this team as a legitimate national championship contender. Dabo legitimately was selling Cade Klubnik as a Heisman Trophy candidate, finalist possibility this year. All of those things are absolutely true. And to me, I don't hold that against Dabo any differently than I hold it against James Franklin or hold it against Brian Kelly or Billy Napier or Mike Norvell or any of the coaches who did fail because, and this is where I think you have a unique situation with Dabo Swinney versus a lot of these other guys. James Franklin didn't win a damn thing for Penn State. Brian Kelly didn't win a damn thing for LSU. Billy Napier didn't win a damn thing for Florida. And Mike Norvell won an ACC title in 2023, did not get invited to the playoffs. Maybe they would have made some noise in the playoffs. Maybe not. We'll never know. But ultimately, Mike Norvell won 1 year, but the weight of a 2-10 season and the weight of a possible 4-8, maybe 3-9 season this year for Florida State drastically outweighs, yeah, you won the ACC in a year where Clemson was down, right? Like it doesn't weigh the same. So you're in a unique position if you are Dabo in that he has won stuff for your school. Not just has won stuff for your school. He's taken you to the mountaintop a couple of times, and he's gotten you real close a couple of other times. So, yeah, when he says, we've got the possibility, we've got the talent, whatever, you've got the hype. But there is a clear line that has to be drawn for football teams, in my opinion. It is the difference between a program that has been there and hasn't, but it is also the difference between your past and your present. Like, what you've done in your past makes you who you are in your present, but what you do in your present is what matters. And I think that's true for everyone and everything. You could do a million great things in your life that lead you up to being the person that you are in this moment. But if you do something horrendous in this moment, you're the guy who did the horrendous thing. You can win a whole bunch of national championships. I'll take you back to another example because I was there when the drama was going down. Bobby Bowden at Florida State. And again, he was a little older when it started to kind of catch up with him. But when Bobby Bowden was at Florida State, Bobby Bowden was Dabo Swinney. That team was nothing before Robert Kleckler Bowden got there. That team was nothing. And then Bobby got there and he brought that anybody, anywhere, anytime mentality. And yeah. And then they started, all of a sudden, they started playing anybody, and they started playing good teams, Auburn, LSU, Alabama. They started playing all those games on the road. And then all of a sudden, Florida State started racking up some wins. And then all of a sudden, Florida State got themselves a national championship in 1993. And then all of a sudden, the national championship, the path to the title for a decade, it went through the state of Florida. If you wanted to win a natty, you had to beat Florida State, Florida, or Miami for a good span of time there, maybe longer than a decade at one point. And I firmly believe that was because of Bobby Bowden. He got Florida State off the ground. Miami and Florida were able to ride that tide up with him. Bobby Bowden won 12 ACC title games, 2 more ACC Atlantic Division championships, 2 national championships. Like, he made Florida State a blue blood. But then towards the end of the career, it wasn't really going great for him anymore. They got down to 2006. Florida State finished 7-6. It was the worst record since Bobby Bowden's debut year for the Noles. The Noles suffered their first losing record in ACC play in 2006. I was a baby radio boy at that point. And I was watching this whole thing play out because Bobby Bowden was starting every year by going, yeah, I mean, maybe dadgummit, maybe we're not where we wanted to be. I don't have a good Bobby Bowden. I wish I did. No, that was George Bush. I wish I had a good Bobby. I need to get a Bobby Bowden. Anyway, Bobby Bowden was starting every year, going around the Booster Club meetings. Go, we're going to be amazing. We're back. We got all these great playmakers. We got all these great coaches. We're going to be in it. And this is a team that after the 99 title game, it just kind of was a progressive downhill march for Bobby Bowden until it eventually got to the point that Florida State fans had to do the unthinkable, name an heir to the throne. And while this was never made public, I can pretty much tell you, basically tell Bobby, like, this is it, man. This is your last ride. Go out there, have a good time. And at the end of this year, you can either walk away or we can let you go. We don't want to. We'd rather, you call it a career. We'll make you an ambassador. We'll name the field after you. We'll put a statue of you up outside the stadium, all of which they did. But they told him, like, this is it. We're not doing this anymore. It's kind of a similar situation with Dabo. The hype's there, but unfortunately, while we have been talking about this in the context of coaches setting season expectations and then failing to live up to them, and especially if you're a Brian Kelly or a James Franklin or a Billy Napier who do it multiple seasons in a row. Playoffs are the expectation. Well, you didn't make the playoffs. All right, well, next year, playoffs, well, you didn't make the expectations. If you set the season expectations and you fail to meet them 2-3 years in a row, you're gone. But here's the thing. I wonder if the same holds true for overall expectations. Clemson expects to be, and it's fair too, expects to be a national championship contender every year. They expect to be a playoff team every year. And I don't think that's unfair. But let's be real. You only have those expectations because of Dabo Swinney. It's the only reason you have them. And so if we're looking at coaches getting canned right now, and you can take it from Kelly and Franklin and Napier, you can take it on down to Deshaun Foster at UCLA, Brent Pry at Virginia Tech, whoever. At the end of the day, coaches set expectations, and if you don't meet them, that's your problem. But I think it can be on the micro or the macro. It can be season to season to season, you're failing, or it can be just overall program expectations. If you are a national championship expectation having program, as Clemson is, and they are only that because of Dabo, but they're that because of Dabo, and Dabo is now not meeting that. That is where those conversations start to come in. That's why this, to me, is a very interesting conversation. All right, when we come back, We're going to do some pro sports in the final hour of the show. World Series game number 4 goes the way of the Blue Jays, now tied up at a deuce apiece. 1 game left in LA tonight, then 2 back in Toronto if they're both needed. We'll talk about that. MLS, Charlotte FC drops their opening playoff game last night. We'll talk about that. Charlotte Hornets get busted up. We got a lot of pro ball and, of course, all the NFL talk you can handle after Lonzo sets the expectations at greatest sports flash ever with this sports flash.
Now to repeat everything Rob just said, but in more detail. Toronto has tied up the World Series at 2 games apiece with a 6-2 win over Los Angeles in Game 4. Shane Bieber went 5.1 innings with 4 hits and 1 run allowed, outdueling Shohei Ohtani 6 innings with 6 hits and 4 runs surrendered. Toronto's offense racked up 11 hits, including Vladimir Guerrero's 7th postseason home run. Charlotte FC dropped the opener of their best of 3 series against New York City FC. So creative, the FC thing. Falling 1-0 at home, Alonso Martinez netted the match's lone goal in the 34th minute. Second game is Saturday at 3:30 in New York. And Charlotte Hornets are now 2-2 after a 144-117 blowout loss to the Miami Heat. All 5 starters scored in double digits for the Hornets. Charlotte was missing Brandon Miller, whose shoulder injury will be evaluated today. Hour number 4 of the Rob Brown Show is coming up next. Let's face it, Kane, if we actually see 3-Eye Atlas, we're dead. So, I mean, there's that. If we look at the sky and we see it coming this way, I'm going to just call Rob repeatedly until he answers the phone so I can say, see, I told you. He probably wouldn't answer the phone, though. You ever have to concentrate to cough? I mean, that's the thing. Can't put any emotion. You can't put any inflection in it. It's just straight, as smooth as you possibly can while kind of holding your breath. I think the ghouls in Fallout have sinus problems. They don't have noses, but I mean, I guess that's all internal where the problem is.
They still have nasal cavity. I mean, they have a nasal cavity.
Yeah,
you can see it.
Yeah,
but like with it being open, that's a good question.
It might be worse because there's nothing to filter. It just goes. They don't have to trim their nose hairs though. That's a good thing. Can't call. Yeah, I got one in the office in there. I haven't had it on in a while, but I'm sure it probably still works. I kept the majority of my games. Why? Because they look good on a shelf.
So I started cleaning off my entertainment stand the other day. Like I was getting rid of a bunch of stuff that I've been carrying around for years and years and years and just never used because I wanted to reclaim that space because I got too much junk and I need to clear some stuff out. So I got rid of like most of my DVDs because I'm like, I've carried these DVDs around for 10 years and never watched one of them.
I'm using them to take up space.
Yeah,
I mean, they look good in the background.
I've got a bunch of trinkets and knickknacks I wanted to put.
Well, during the hurricane though, having media like that, when you got power back, like for us, we didn't have internet.
Yeah.
Because it got taken out. And yeah.
See, but I thought about that. And even with that being the case, like, I've been through a handful of power outages still never, or internet outages, still never broke out a DVD. Like I went to the book or I played board games with the wife. Let's get some professional sporting events here on the Rob Brown Show and the Fan Upstate. World Series Game 4 went down last night. The Toronto Blue Jays would take Game 4. We've, of course, in Game number 3, as we talked about extensively last night, we had an 18-inning marathon that took place in Game number 3. Second time that a World Series game has gone to 18 innings. Here's what's really interesting. And by really interesting, I mean completely inconsequential, but still entertaining to me for some reason. I don't know why this jumped off and I was like, oh, that's really interesting, other than it's, to me, kind of interesting. There have been 2 MLB World Series games that went 18 innings. It happened twice. It happened in 2000, I believe, 18 between the Dodgers and the Red Sox. Now it has happened in 2025 between the Blue Jays and the Red Sox. The national anthem in both of those games was played and sung by Brad Paisley. Brad Paisley is now responsible for the World Series national anthems that were followed up by the only 2 18-inning World Series games in the history of the Fall Classic. Like, there's nothing that matters about that, right? Unless Brad Paisley shows up at the World Series next year to sing the national anthem again, which if I'm Major League Baseball, I'm absolutely inviting him for a random game in the World Series next year just to see if Brad Paisley's a witch. Because that's it.
Yeah, 2 times a coincidence. 3rd times is absolutely some sort of power.
Yeah, there's some voodoo going on or something with Brad Paisley. Last night, however, only 9 innings of baseball required.
Say maybe it's like Sinners. The music that he's playing awakens something. I don't know if you ever saw the movie.
I did not see the movie, but I know the plot of it. And yeah, it might be that. Perhaps Brad Paisley is a wizard. I described him as, to my wife, a wizard on the guitar. Brad Paisley doesn't get enough credit for how good of a guitar player he is. He's an incredible guitar player.
I'm not a country guy, but I've seen him play a bunch of different kinds of bands where he just comes in and plays and he tears it up. Yeah.
He kicks ass. So anyway, 9 innings necessary last night for a 6-2 win for the Toronto Blue Jays. Shane Bieber would be credited with the dub. He is now 2-0 in the postseason. 5.1 innings, 4 hits, 1 run. One run. It was earned. 3 walks, 3 strikes, 81 pitches last night. The interesting thing about this game was Shohei Ohtani looked like a mortal. Shohei Ohtani is, and I say this, and I've stood on this, and I'll continue to stand on this until somebody gives me a reason to believe otherwise, and none of you have so far. Shohei Ohtani is the greatest baseball player in the history of Major League Baseball. I use the history of baseball as a game. Shohei Ohtani is the best to ever do it. There's no position on the field outside of maybe catcher that he couldn't play, I don't think. He's one of the greatest hitters in Major League Baseball. He's a top 10 pitcher in Major League Baseball, and he does it at a high level consistently. This is one of the reasons that I feel really bad for Angels fans, because this dude was not just on your baseball team for a very long time, but he was on your baseball team with Mike Trout, who is also one of the best players in Major League Baseball if he could stay healthy. You had those 2 guys, you couldn't win a single playoff game. Now Shohei Ohtani is going for back-to-back World Series with the LA Dodgers and is going out there and throwing 10 strikeout, 3 home run games, is going out there and throwing 10K multi-hit games. The dude has more 3+ base hit games in a World Series than anybody else ever. Like, at this point, Shohei Ohtani's biography is going to be called The Only Player to Everything, the Shohei Ohtani story, because he's got like a list of things that he's the only player in baseball history to do. And they're impressive. It's not like those, sometimes the TV studio shows, they'll like go dig way down deep to come up with some very random stat that they're like, this guy is the only guy to hit this many home runs on Tuesdays while wearing blue socks. And it's like, all right, I mean, I get it, but also that kind of seems a little arbitrary if we're taking it honest. Shohei Ohtani's things are like dumb. It's like that shouldn't be a thing. That shouldn't be a thing that's happening right now. Like, that's not a stat. But that's ridiculous. So, with that being said, Shohei Ohtani looked like a mortal. And by the way, the texter just texted the show, and I quote, newsflash, he is a mortal. It's a figure of speech, texter. I am aware that Shohei Ohtani is just a regular dude who happens to be better at playing a game than anyone has ever been at playing that game before. I get it.
I hope they're messing with you.
I'm sure they are. It turns out we have cultivated an audience of smartasses here on the Rob Brown Show in the Fan Upstate, and I'm totally good with that.
We're good at that kind of gardening, apparently.
Yeah. What I mean by that is Shohei Ohtani has been spectacular throughout the course of this postseason. And last night, Shohei Ohtani just looked like another dude. He just looked like another guy that was out there. And to me, I think that was the story of last night's game, was that they took a guy who has been nothing shy of legendary throughout the course of this World Series, and they made him look bad. 0 for 3 from the dish, 2 strikeouts in that game. From the plate, 6 innings, 6 hits, 4 runs, all earned. Did strike out 6. 2 of those runs were from Vladdy Daddy Guerrero Jr., taking Shohei a yard for a couple in the third. But there's one more aspect of this game that I appreciated, and it was the fact that after an 18-inning marathon that did not end until 2:50 a.m. the night before, which was 11:50 on the left coast, the boys went back to the crib, got a half night's sleep, got up the next day, came back to the ballpark to run it back for 9 more. Toronto had to do this in a hotel room. Now, I'm a big hotel guy. I like staying in hotels because I like that I can dump the air conditioner onto Arctic blast, make that hotel room 62 degrees and just live under the covers. I love a good hotel, but let's be honest, after 2, 3, 4 nights in a hotel, you're like, all right, that's enough. Kind of want to go home now. These boys from Toronto are in a different country on the other side of the continent. They played 18. They had to go shower in a hotel shower. They had to sleep in a hotel bed. And granted, there are some hotels, and I assume Major League Baseball is putting the boys up in a nice hotel. There are some hotels that have some pretty damn nice mattresses in them.
I was going to say, I've been to regular hotels, cheap hotels, and like once or twice 5 stars. I'm guessing they're going to be in a 5-star hotel, probably.
I'm assuming so.
Those beds there are nicer than the beds in most of the homes of people listening.
I totally agree. Yet still, even if that is the case,
by the way,
you're just going to be more comfortable at the house, or at least I hope you are. So what I appreciated about Toronto is that on top of having to go through that, I'll say, knowing full well that some of you are going to lift an eyebrow at this hardship after an 18-inning game the night before, as hard as it can be to have to be on the road as a Major League Baseball player.
I feel so sorry for him. Yeah,
I do. It is more along the lines of I was impressed because what I saw in game 3, the 18-inning game, that.
So they're staying in a hotel in California.
Correct. In Los Angeles.
Yeah.
I'm sure it was as comfortable as anybody's ever been in a hotel.
I mean,
but still, you're talking
it's
about
not like they're in Minnesota or something.
I don't disagree. It's LA. It's a 5-star. You're probably as nice. The Toronto Blue Jays were more comfortable in their hotel than anyone else was in a hotel that night after 18 innings. I'm not disagreeing. But at the same time, like, you're still in a hotel on the road after playing 18 innings of baseball, not getting back to the hotel till probably like 1:30 in the morning. Showering, sleeping in a different room, in a different bed, to then get up the next day and go play the most important baseball game of your life. Because if you go down again last night and you're in a hole 3-1, now LA can finish you off at their own crib. You have to win one more to at least force it back to Toronto. So what I appreciated was that in a spot that I think a lot of baseball teams would have been at least to some degree mentally impacted. Toronto wasn't. In fact, quite the opposite, in my opinion. My biggest complaint about the Blue Jays in Game 3 was that I thought that they tiptoed past the line of aggression over into the land of stupidity. And I gave some thoughts on that yesterday on the show, that I think the line between aggression and stupidity is often razor thin. And people who can recognize that they have tiptoed up to that line and not cross over it, those are people who are going to run things. People who can't recognize the line between stupidity and aggression, they're going to go screaming past the line from aggression into stupidity, and they're going to get in trouble for it. We've all been young. Some of us are still young, if only mentally, and do that all the time. The point here with that conversation is I thought the Jays walked it back. I thought they were past aggression into stupidity in game 3. They were sending guys around the bases in spots that they had no business sending guys around the bases. They were challenging some of the biggest arms in Major League Baseball in the Dodgers outfield. They were challenging them, and they were getting thrown out at third, getting thrown out at home in this game. I thought they were over-aggressive. In fact, I didn't see a reason that game needed to go to overtime other than Toronto's absolute, and I'm going to use my favorite word to use in sports sometimes, dumbassery as far as running the bases in that spot. Cost them a bunch of runners in scoring position situations with some big heavy hitters coming up. And that includes in extra innings. They could have had a man on third going into the bottom of the 12th with a guarantee that Vladimir Guerrero Jr. was going to get his next AB. But instead, they send a pinch hitting left fielder who had played like 3 innings in the postseason, who was in there because they were running out of bodies. They sent that guy from third to challenge Teoscar Hernandez, one of the most cannon arms in the MLB. And guess what happened? He got thrown out by 5 steps at home plate. So now all of a sudden, you don't have a runner on third, and you're not guaranteed to get Vladimir Guerrero Jr. Up to the dish. That's past aggression into stupidity. I don't mind aggression, but like sometimes, and the unfortunate part for a lot of us is that sometimes you don't recognize that you crossed from aggression into stupidity until the consequences for stupidity show up. For the Blue Jays, the consequences for stupidity showed up like 2 or 3 times and they kept going. That's the issue. Once you get the consequence from stupidity, I would like to think that most of us can go, oh, that is what we call the consequences of my own actions. Perhaps I should change said actions. The Jays didn't. They just kept going for it, and it kept not working, and it kept pushing the game deeper and deeper and deeper, where when you're running out of arms and George Springer's out of that game, you're now at a point where it becomes which team's superstar is going to make a play. And when you have guys that are in the lineup because you pinched hit them in different spots to create certain matchups, when you have Miles Straw out in the field, when you've got Ty France stepping in as a pinch hitter, when you've got these guys coming up, I'm going to go ahead and say that at that point in the game, I'm going to take a lineup that's got Freddie Freeman and Teoscar Hernandez and Mookie Betts in it before I say, yeah, I'll take a lineup that has Miles Straw batting in it, right? Like that was the consequence, was the L. What I liked about Toronto was that last night, they just said, let's go back to normal. Let's throttle it down. Let's walk this back. Let's not be over aggressive. Let's be aggressive, but aggressive like the way that we were aggressive to get by Seattle. Are we going to take some chances? Absolutely. But we're going to take chances where the outcome is either going to be good or neutral, not where it's going to be good or really, really, really bad, because they took a lot of chances where the outcome was either going to be good or really, really, really bad in game 3. In game 4, you didn't see that. It was smart base running. It was playing small ball when you got a guy on. You had a pair of hits out of 3 at-bats from Nathan Lukes in the leadoff spot. So what did they do with Vladdy Daddy? They said, look, man, we just want you to put the ball into play. If they give you one, if they serve you one, cool, go get it. But twice, Luke's got on board, and twice in his 4 at-bats, Vladdy Guerrero Jr. stepped up. One time he sent yard Ohtani. The other time he just got on base and moved a guy into third. And then let's take advantage of having Bo Bichette back in the lineup, playing DH. Remember, he was hurt. Did not play through the ALCS. Just showed up for the World Series here. You don't want to put a lot on that guy. You don't want to ask him to be a megastar. You just want him to go at bat and be consistent. He went up and got a hit when Vladdy was on. Barger, who has been exceptional in this postseason. I don't think anybody thought Addison Barger was going to be the biggest name on the Jays, and I'm not saying he is, but he's in the conversation. 2 for 5 with an RBI last night. Bichette had an RBI. Vladdy had the 2 RBIs. Ty France is a pinch hitter. They put him in at one point with the runner on. Trust the guy to go up there and get an at-bat. What did he do? Ends up getting one walked in and credited for an RBI. Like, the Jays last night said, let's make it to where we play our game. We don't play stupid. We don't go over the top. We don't get overly and obnoxiously aggressive. Let's go do our thing and say, look, if y'all beat us because you have assembled an all-star roster, if y'all beat us because you have just put together a team that is special, cool, fine, we get it. That makes sense. We'll take the L. The Dodgers didn't. And I think the thing I like, and we talked about this quite a bit, the Dodgers are a team that throughout this postseason up to the World Series, the Dodgers then have been able to win low-scoring games. They've been able to rely on the pitching. They've been able to rely on Snell and Glasnow and Ohtani and Yamamoto. They've been able to rely on those guys. And they've been able to rely on those guys to get us outs without giving up runs. We'll go win a 2-1 game, a 3-2 game. The Jays are not going to give you a 2-1 game. They're not going to give you a 3-2 game. The Jays are going to score 5 a game plus because they hit the ball well. They manage the lineup. I think they're doing a great job of creating matchups at the dish that favor them. They are doing a good job and they are well managed at this point. If the Dodgers want to win, the sluggers will have to slug. That's where this team is. If the Dodgers want to win I believe this at this point. If the Dodgers want to win this World Series, 2 things have to happen. Number 1, I think they have to win tonight because as Seattle found out, Canada is rocking, dude. Canada is loud right now. Canada wants to bring the trophy of America's pastime. As much crap as we've given them about the American teams keep winning hockey, the Stanley Cup exists only in the United States. I guarantee you Canada wants to bring Major League Baseball's Commissioner Trophy back to Canada and hang on to our pastime's highest honor for 12 months. But you cannot allow Toronto to go back to Toronto having 2 for 1. You need to send them back to Toronto needing to win 2. You need to go to Toronto needing to win 1 of 2 to claim a World Series, not send Toronto back needing to win 1 of 2, and you've got to win them both on the road at Toronto because that place is going to be the loudest place in the world on Friday and, if necessary, Saturday night. But the other thing that has to happen, I need my sluggers to slug, man. Ohtani 0 for 3 last night. Mookie Betts 1 for 4. Freddie Freeman 2 for 4. Outside of that, Will Smith was 0 for 4. Teoscar, Max Muncy, and Tommy Edman were all 1 for 3. Hernandez, Pajes, and Call were all 0 for 3, 2, and 2, respectively. If the sluggers aren't going to slug for LA, the Jays have pitching that can match up with them, and they are going to score 5 a game. You are going to have to outdo them to get there. So there's your World Series thoughts based on where we are. Game number 5 is tonight in Los Angeles. We will have at least 1 game back in Toronto, and we'll break down tonight's game tomorrow. When we come back, the NFL and Quinnipiac did a poll of NFL fans about different thoughts on the season, the future of the league, etc. I'm going to give you those results, and we'll see if they line up with what we think here on the Rob Brown Show in the Fan Upstate. All right, guys, we'll be right back. Stay right there for me. is the Rob Brown Show on the Fan Upstate. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Rob Brown, the Great Alonzo, and you. 844-326-3663 is the number to be a part of the radio program this glorious Upstate midweek morning. It's not afternoon yet. We're working on it. We're getting there. 844-326-3663. You can text the show. You can call the show if you'd like to get at us in that direction. Quinnipiac is a college that does national polling. Ordinarily, they do polling on politics. They are one of the premier politicking poll organizations out there. But they also do a lot of other polls of American citizens on other stuff, too. One of them is sports. That's why we're talking about it here on the show. So, Quinnipiac did a poll of over 1,570 National Football League fans from around the nation. They do this for every poll. They reach out to around people from all demographics and all walks of life from all parts of the country to kind of spread out the results. Here are some of the interesting things that are in this poll. To give you the thoughts on the demographic, of the 1,500-ish people that they sent this survey to, they asked them to define themselves as a fan, a casual fan, not a fan, not applicable, or a super fan. Lonzo, just out of curiosity to see if your answer and mine were in the same bucket. What percentage of fans out of 1,500 who responded to this survey from Quinnipiac, what percentage of fans, keeping in mind that one of the categories is not a fan, what percentage of fans describe themselves as a super fan?
I'm going to go at 8%.
You're on the ballpark. It's 10%. Of the 1,500, and this is why this survey is interesting to me, but it's not necessarily anything that I'm like falling all over myself, like, oh gosh, what does this mean? 38% of respondents said that they are not a fan of the NFL, not an NFL fan at all. And that's not super surprising because I know a solid chunk of people who are college football fans who do not care about the NFL.
Yeah, until I moved here, I'd never experienced that. But
Yeah.
I've met a bunch of people who are like that.
I think it is specifically a deep South / Southeastern Conference territory thing primarily. But yes, there are a lot of people, big college football fans, don't care about the NFL. 38% say they are not a fan, 10% a super fan, 22% say they're a fan, 29% casual. And they had one person who wrote back and said they don't know, which I don't get that at all, but okay. Demographic-wise,
sometimes it's hard to define yourself. I mean, and, you know,
you don't know if you're a fan of the NFL.
Could be a particular day. I mean, listen, if anyone in this room could not be a fan of the NFL, it would be you.
I mean,
right
I'm
now.
not a fan of the NFL, but I am a fan of a team.
Right. Well, I mean, your particular team is not doing well at this moment.
13% of men said they're a super fan. 23% said a fan. 30% casual. 34% of men said not a fan. Of women, 7% super fan. 20% regular. 29% casual. 42% of women said not a fan. Now, let's get to some of the questions that they asked. The first thing, oh, by the way, no, I lied. I want to point one more thing out. Demographically speaking, age 18 to 34. I do think that this is important, and this is not just football, this is everybody. Age 18 to 34. 8% of respondents in the 18 to 34 bracket said that they're a super fan. 17 said that they are a regular fan. 25% said they're a casual fan. If you're doing the math in your head, which I can't because I'm dumb, but if you're doing the math in your head, 51% of respondents aged 18 to 34 say they are not a fan of the NFL. Now, I pointed out before and many times, I do think that there is a reason for that. And keep in mind, this is 18 to 34. It's honestly a pretty wide net. And as somebody who is not recently removed from that bracket, but like not terribly far removed from that bracket, I can tell you the difference in Rob Brown between 18 and 24 was stark. The difference between 24 and 30 was stark. The difference between 30 and 34 was stark. That being said,
I became more of a fan as I got older.
Maybe you did. But I would also point out what I think is the ultimate driving factor of this, which is there are more outlets for entertainment today than there ever have been at any point in the history of humans. It's just, there is. Think about right now, just in your phone. You understand how many outlets of entertainment I have just on my phone? I have Netflix, I have Hulu, I have Peacock, I have Spotify, I have Facebook and Instagram and TikTok, which can be their own damn TV channels at this point. I've got a documentary service I subscribe to just because the wife and I like watching murder documentaries.
Wow, really?
Yes.
Okay. I didn't realize there was a service just for documentaries.
There's a billion different things. And so, especially considering, and this is something I learned not terribly long ago in the radio industry, one of the things that we are being pushed to do right now is not just to push out videos to try to own the digital landscape. Now what we are being told is, hey, Rob Brown, don't just make videos. We want you to make 30-second videos or at maximum 60-second videos. We want you to take a topic that you care and are passionate about and have a strong take, and we want you to boil it down to 30 to 60 seconds. Why? Because that's the average attention span of an American right now. That if they are just scrolling around on the phone, you have 8 seconds to hook them, and you better finish it up in 60.
How often do you watch the entirety of a YouTube video?
Oh, no. We're talking reels. We're talking shorts.
No, I'm just curious about your attention span when it comes to that.
YouTube videos,
I will get near the end of like a 15 to an 18-minute video of something that I clicked on to watch, and we'll be like, I wonder what else there is.
Yeah, I mean, it is for me, it depends on how compelling the topic is for me. Like I do try to learn new stuff, right? Like I try to learn new stuff when I did I won't get into the particular topic, but like I went 2 or 3 days ago and watched you know what, I don't care. I went 2 or 3 days ago and I watched a YouTube video that was about 17 minutes long on the legal process that is required to make renovations to the White House. We obviously got a renovation happening to the White House right now. And no, it is not something that the president can just say, just do this thing for me. There is an entire legal process that has to be followed. And that, honestly, like, yeah, you may fall on one side or the other, but at the end of the day, the process isn't being followed right now. Now, whether we change the process to make that okay or not, that's up to you. But I went and watched an entire video on the process that is supposed to be followed before any renovation to the White House is made. And it's got to be signed off and approved, and there's a committee, and then there's another committee, and then there's a congressional committee, yada, yada, yada. That wasn't something I was like really super duper compelled by, but I was interested. So I watched like 14 minutes of it, and I was like, all right, I got the gist of it. But 2 days ago, I watched a guy give about a 35-minute YouTube video on Atlas 3i. Or what is it? 31L, 3116 Omaha. 3i Atlas, whatever.
3i Atlas. It's just
I put it out of my brain because y'all have ticked me off so much with your stupid ass theories on it.
Today or tomorrow, we're going to find out. So, I mean.
Yeah, we're going to find out when the space rock goes buzzing by us and we never see it again.
And if it doesn't, you won't be able to come on the air and go say, I won't be able to go say, see, I told you that we're all going to die. We're just dead. So,
hey, by the way, see you tomorrow. So the thought here is, and this is of all the other things we're going to talk about here in just a second, the most important one is the fact that over 51% of Americans age 18 to 34 that responded to this survey said they are not a fan of the NFL at all. Do you know why? It is because, as I pointed out, our attention spans are short. You are being bombarded with entertainment and information constantly from all angles. Why? Because that's how you get advertising in front of your eyeballs. That is why right now more people are watching YouTube Shorts, which must be 59 seconds or less. Shorts are infinitely watched more than YouTube videos. You could say, hey, man, here's this long video about 3i Atlas and why it has a reverse tail because there's a scientific and now proven reason for it. Or somebody can go reel and go, aliens, and more people are going to watch that because we have a shortened attention span.
Okay, so what's wrong with me that I don't ever watch shorts?
I don't know. Well, I would also point out, great one, that you are in the a higher demo than
do you think it's
the
because I'm older? Okay.
Yeah, right. Oh, for sure. I think it's an age thing. That's why I specifically pointed out.
If I see something that's only 60 seconds to 30 seconds long, unless it's really funny, it's not going to have enough time to elaborate to the point where I can form an opinion.
That's fair. And that is exactly the opposite of what we are seeing research-wise out of the next generation of Americans. They want it done, and they want it in 60 seconds, and they want to move on to the next thing. This is one of our problems, is that so many things happening in the world, you cannot explain what is happening on the West Bank but in 60 seconds. But that's what they want. Well, if NFL games are 3.5 hours long, the average attention span of 30 to 59 seconds of the Utes ain't going to sit down and watch the thing. And let's be honest, how many of you go to a bar, watch people watch football, and what do you see? Everybody in the game is scrolling their phone while they're watching football. So this is one of the things that I think is going to result in football and every other sport having to do more gimmicks.
Gambling, so
I mean, some people are,
yeah.
but even still, that's an entertainment outlet that is being prioritized over let's watch football. All right, here's a couple other questions that popped up because while I spent too much time on that, I think it is important. Question number 1, do you think the NFL is doing too much, too little, or about the right amount to help avoid serious injuries to professional football players? This one, I guess I'm happy about. Only 4% said the NFL is doing too much to help avoid serious injuries. And think about this. There are people out there who think that the new kickoff rule is dumb. That was one of the questions we're going to talk about. Maybe we'll jump back into this in the next segment.
Yeah, because I kind of like it now.
Yeah. The targeting thoughts, the horse collar tackling. There's a lot of people who are like, no, bring back man football.
Oh, the hats still look dumb.
The
just,
Guardian cap?
Yeah, I get it, but they just
cool. I mean, listen, if you
want
to
like
risk
the Great Gazoo, I think it was from Flintstones.
It does. You're not wrong. I never thought about that. You're not wrong. Here's the thing though. If you want to risk your brain rattling around in your skull so that you don't look dumb, that's on you. Have at it.
By the way, I completely get it.
1,000% I'd wear one.
Just think they could find a way to make it look better.
42% of those fans say that the NFL is doing about the right amount. The NFL is considering moving the Super Bowl to President's Day weekend so that it's always followed by a federal holiday on Monday. Support or oppose? 56% of people, 60% of men, 53% of women, 63% of 18 to 34, and more than that, 35 to 49, said yes, we should drop the Super Bowl back 1 week so that it is always followed by a federal government holiday on Monday. Yes.
They ain't doing that. Did they just vote down the daylight saving time thing again? Yeah, they're not going to do that.
I think they will. And I'll tell you why on the other side of the break, because I think the NFL will get something out of it. So I'll tell you what that is when we come back. The Rob Brown Show's on your radio. It is the Fan Upstate. Okay, I can't respond back to this email the way I want to. We just got an email from engineering that says, 'tis the season for HVAC maintenance, which includes testing the heating elements in some of our units. These tests can produce some strange odors, so please do not be alarmed. And I wanted to type back in a CC everyone in the building, so can Fat Boy, but I decided not to do that.
Is that a war? I mean, I'm with you if you want to go. If you
no,
want
I think
do
he
it.
would laugh at it. That's why I used
yeah.
him, because I think Fat Boy's the one guy that I know would laugh at that.
Well, you will start a point counterpoint that will make other people in the building angry. Don't respond to all. Why not? You send it to all. Why can't we respond to all?
Rob, I wanted to let you know our records indicate no Christopher. Don't talk to me like that.
I'm now curious about what smells and if I can, detect them through all the snot, because no, the building's not on fire. That's basically what he's saying. And I may be one of the guilty ones that goes down the hall and goes, hey, do you smell that? I mean, By the way, I have nothing against shorts or anything. I just, they pop up on my X feed all the time. And if you dwell too long, then the algorithm says, oh, you like this, and it gives you 10,000 videos of those shorts. So I have seen them, but not on purpose. Because one just popped up now, and now because one popped up on my X feed, I'll get like 20 of them. I don't know. Can cough drops go out of date?
I don't know the answer to that.
Because I've got some older cough drops in there. I don't know if I don't want to risk it or not. I don't think I'll die, but I mean, it's time to replenish the cough drops.
So when you find yourself facing divorce, you need a partner you can count on. Visit CordellCordell.com to schedule your consultation. If you or anyone you care about.
Does anyone watch Welcome to Derry yet? I'm going to be watching first episode today. It doesn't interest Rob, so.
Watching what? Sorry?
Welcome to Derry.
I don't know what that is.
That's just proved me right. I mean, because
Nobody was arguing that Rob doesn't care about it. I don't
Okay,
know what
well,
it is.
it's a horror thing.
I mean, I can't say I care about it or don't because I don't know what it is.
It's a horror thing,
a
and
prequel to it.
yeah.
Yeah, no, that's all you.
Well, that reminds me, basketball tryouts are next week. Wonder if that lady will be back.
Holy crap, was I not prepared for Lonzo to start the day with that.
Don't hit snooze. Hit play. The Rob Brown Show. Now morning 6 to 10 on The Fan.
Are you ever prepared for anything I do? Really?
We are joined now by Odyssey NFL insider Mark Schlereth. What I know about Dave Tepper and what I've seen with Dave Tepper, patience is not a virtue of that guy. You want to talk about the rest of talent, and you think he's going to win? You don't understand what NFL football goes on. You don't know about football.
Bereft of Talent, the name of my biography. Still fooled a lot of people. All right, maybe a couple people.
And the keeper of all things cool in the sports world. This is the Rob Brown Show. Oh, yeah. Lonzo's here, too. Peace.
Thought a few minutes of the Rob Brown Show here on the Fan Upstate. We are jumping around a handful of different topics today, but we are wrapping up the show with one in particular. That is a Quinnipiac poll conducted of over 1,500 Americans from different ages, genders, and locations around these great United States of ours. One of the ones that we jumped down on, and really it's more about like some answers that surprise me or I am reading into what they mean for the NFL and the NFL's future. One of them was the 18 to 34 demo, of which over 51% of respondents said they are not a fan of the NFL. Again, I think that is something that is going to be a problem with a lot of people moving forward. I forget which actress. No, I don't. It was, gosh darn it. I forgot her name. She was in A Good Place. Jaleel, dadgummit, what's her name? Anyway, young lady who is in The Good Place. Great actress. I completely blanked on her name and I forgot it. And I
It's a good play. Is that a series?
Yes.
The one with Ted Danson?
Yes. And I freaking love that show.
Yeah, I've never seen it before.
Oh, dude,
but,
watch it.
yeah.
You will genuinely love that show. Not only that, but my favorite character, Jamila Jamil. That's her name, Jamila Jamil. She's in that. There's a character in it who is from Jacksonville, and he's a huge Jags fan. But we got to keep in mind this was filmed when Blake Bortles was their quarterback, and he just does dumb stuff, and all the times, and he yells, "Bortles!" It's great. It's great. It's hysterical, and I love it. It's great. Anyway, Jamila Jamil was doing an interview with a, entertainment outlet the other day. And she said that one of the things she has noticed in recent memory is that a lot of studios are telling producers, directors now that they need to be, and you may have noticed this if you're a fan who actually like dials into shows and whatnot. Have you noticed an increase over the past couple of years of characters in a show or a movie who are like stating the plot as they go along, or like stating what is happening as they go along? You're like a bit heavy-handed. Am I right? She said that
like Ferris Bueller or something like
no,
that.
I'm talking like in new age media, it is becoming so heavy-handed. It'll be like the good guy will be like, all right, now that we've taken out the bad guy by dropping a bomb on the bunker, now what we need to do is get in the car and drive to the next town over, where we'll train for a couple of weeks to be ready to fight the karate boss, right? Like they just say everything. And she said this is a studio directive because they know that a majority of people who watch TV and movies are also watching their phones. And if you want to like a movie, you got to know what's going on. And when they know you're distracted by everything else in the world, they'll just tell you what's happening on the screen so that when you look up, because you hear the explosion or the gunshots, you're like, okay, I know why they're bombing and or shooting. It's sad, to be honest with you. It's a sad reality, but here we are. All right. Is the NFL doing enough to help prevent serious injuries to football players? 4% said they're doing too much. I'm actually not surprised that that number isn't zero because, again, a lot of people are going to look at like the new kickoff rules, and a lot of people want that change, which was one of the questions they asked. We'll get that to that in a minute. 30% of people say that they are doing too little. 42% say they're doing what's about right now. So pretty split right there between too little or about right. And again, there's always going to be like 23% said don't know. Well, when a solid 38% of the people said, I'm not a fan, of course, they're not going to know some of these answers. The NFL considering moving Super Bowl to President's Day weekend so that it's always followed by a federal holiday on Monday. Do you support or oppose this change? 56% say they support it. 18% oppose it. I genuinely don't know why you would. And 26% say they don't know. Now, this is why that one was interesting to me. The reason that this one was interesting to me was the NFL or the Quinnipiac also asked the question, do you support or oppose the NFL adding another regular season game, going to 18, and removing a postseason game? 60% of respondents said they support the NFL removing a preseason game and adding one more regular season game. 60% say they support it. 21% say they oppose it. 18% said that they don't know. It's actually one of the lowest questions of the I don't know that is out there. So let me tell you why I honestly think that we will have in the near future. I think we will have a Super Bowl Sunday that is on President's Day weekend annually. Number one is a majority of Americans want that. I will tell you, as somebody who's got to get my ass up out of bed at 3:30 the next morning, I absolutely want it. I would like to be able to finish a Super Bowl party and still have time to check in, pay attention, like actually X's and O's watch the game to break it down for you guys the next time up.
Since my team is almost always there, I would like to watch the whole thing too.
Yeah, we all have our reasons. But yes, move it. I'll tell you why I do think that it is going to happen. With 60% of support, 63% of men, 57% of women, 65% age 18 to 34, 63% 35 to 49, and 66% 50 to 64. 51% of Americans age 65 or older say move it. It is a majority across the board to move it to that weekend. Let me tell you why it's going to happen. Because 18 games is an inevitability. And instead of moving the season up a weekend, which they don't want to do because they don't want to bump into the opening weekend of college football, it will be easier to add that 18th game onto the end of the year, bump all of the playoffs back by 1 week, and that effectively bumps your NFC and AFC championship game, the bye week between them, the off week, or what used to be known as Pro Bowl week between them, and then move the Super Bowl back 1 week. And that is President's Day weekend. It is bumping it back a week. So when the NFL, when the NFL goes and adds their 18th game, and keep in mind, they have to negotiate. It's got to be signed off by the Players Association. The NFLPA is going to utilize that as a way to get some concessions back, right? Like they're going to say, all right, we'll go to 18 and drop a preseason game, but in return for that, we would like X, Y, and Z back from you. And the NFL will be willing to give them stuff because the bump up in TV pay for having an 18th week of NFL football is 1,000% going to offset whatever it is that the NFLPA asks for in concessions down the line, even if it's a matter of when you get the upgraded TV contract, take 10% of it, put it into a high stakes investment account and utilize that to pay retirement stipends to NFL players or guarantee that any NFL player who requires medical assistance for head injuries down the line, we'll cover that, whatever, they'll get something back. I think they will go to 18. And I think when they go to 18, you will just go ahead and you won't move the season up. You'll push everything back. You'll push the playoffs back. You'll push the Super Bowl back a week. That drops it on Sunday. Now everybody gets what they want. The NFL gets 18 games. The players get a concession and one less preseason game. And we as fans get to go to Super Bowl parties, drink a bunch of whiskey, and sleep in the next day.
All right, DMG 8028. Yeah, that's probably not going to.
Maybe my Saints will be back in the Super Bowl by the time that happens. Yeah, no, yeah, you and me both, brother. By the way, real quick before you do what the X is going on.
Who that? Who that said they're going to beat them Saints? Who that? Who that?
You don't play it for fun. All right? You don't play it for fun. I got an email from Miles in Spartanburg who said a couple of things. He said, number one, best pen, your recommendation was a good one. Used it, bought a box of them. That would be the Uniball.
Wow.
The S7.
Are you serious? That's still.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. I will say, though, I'm not going to lie to you. I like the Uniball. I bought a box of them. They're on the desk at the office. But like without even thinking about it, I just reverted right back to the Sharpie S gel. I went right back to it. And again, it's not great if you write in small letters, but when I do my show prep, I write in big letters. So the S gel has come back to the forefront. The Uniball is really good for the crib, and I got 1,000 of them, but it is what it is. He also said, Rob, back when I was in 6th grade at Fair Forest Elementary School, the teacher surprised us in the afternoon by wheeling a 400-pound television on a giant cart, and we watched the World Series, the Dodgers, greatest day of the year for me. Moral to the story, do you think the Super Bowl would end at freaking 3 a.m. Eastern time? Hell no, the NFL ain't stupid. This is why baseball is a dinosaur. Bring back some day games. Quit being so freaking greedy for prime time. This sport is an endangered species because of oppressive greed and stupid decisions. Thanks for reading this from Miles in Spartanburg. Miles, I appreciate it.
It was well written.
It was well written. It's also, I'm going to say, postseason ratings are up, Miles. They're just up. They're up dramatically from this year to last year to the year before that. I get what you're saying. Ratings are up. They're annually up, and they're growing every year. They're not going to move it because nobody. Yes, it's great that all the kids can watch it in Fairfield Elementary School's 3rd grade science class. You know who can't watch it? Fair Forest. Yeah. Fairfield was over by where I grew up. Yeah. While it's great the kids at Fair Forest Elementary can watch it, you know who can't watch it? Me. I can't watch it if it's on at 2:30 in the afternoon. And if I can't watch it, the guy who is going to buy the beer that you're advertising, you lose the money. Miles, at the end of the day, yes, it is all about greed. Welcome to America, brother.
And now, the Rob Brown Show presents Twitter.
All right, time to find out what the X is going on. By the way, Zach, that was pretty good. I just saying that was pretty good. All right,
I'm reading it. He said Lance Armstrong is a Uniball.
Thought it worked out good on what day did we do the no ball thing? Tuesday.
No ball Tuesday.
No ball Tuesday.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. That's with a K. The first thing that's Xing is Giannis.
Giannis Antetokounmpo is Xing because he yesterday Giannis took 7 steps on a drive yesterday. 7.
He did.
Not exaggerating. I mean, he took 7 steps. I'll give you 2 for the gather. He took 5 steps. And the refs are like, oh, it's a gather. No, it's not. It's not. That was such a long travel. Giannis had to pack a bag and buy a ticket. That's unbelievable. Like, I will say this, more than greed or whatever, you know what is going to kill the NBA? Giannis gathering outside of the 3-point line and having to book a charter flight to get to the rim. He traveled so far. I was, when I say this last night, because it started popping up as soon as I was watching baseball and it happened, I was friggin' furious when I saw that. I love Giannis Antetokounmpo. I love the Greek freak.
What the hell you guys say it politely? I want to take a tinkle.
He's the best.
He also yelled, "This is my city," and then there's more to it after that. But it's,
I'm sure there is. I don't care about any of that.
It's all cursing and so.
Again, don't care about any of that. The only thing I know
basically
is
said he wasn't leaving the city.
like, cool, good for him, and like glad for the people in Milwaukee. They finally get one thing that's nice that's not going to hurt them. But I can't have an NBA where a player is taking 7 steps on a drive.
Who else in the NBA would get that kind
LeBron.
of treatment? You think so?
LeBron would get that treatment.
LeBron doesn't need 7 steps.
SGA would get that treatment because if you listen, SGA shot 28 free throws in a game the other night. Or sorry, 26. Only 26.
Wow.
26 free throws in a game. SGA shoots, and falling down is just his natural thing now because every time he falls, he gets the call. So now he is literally shooting and then just landing and falling backwards. And it's working. I went from last year, I'm not mad at SGA because I don't hate the player, I hate the game. I'm mad at SGA this year.
So that's the new Euro step thingy? Or
I guess. I don't know what the hell they're doing,
you
dude.
kick your leg out and you fall back.
Oh, it's infuriating.
All right, the next thing it's texting is WrestleMania.
Okay.
I knew you're going to be offended by this.
Were you not?
No, I wasn't. It's just
So we talked earlier in the week about the fact that WWE has been putting out these small vignettes on social media. Like the first one was a guy in like suit pants, socks,
we were
and
wrong
dress
about
shoes,
everybody.
and he was walking. I'm gonna let me explain it real quick. Was walking down the hallway, and then they did another one where it was a guy in like tennis sneakers and blue jeans, and then they released a third one, which was a guy over what appeared to be the back of a church pew. It was hands in a ring, but then you looked at it, you realized, oh, that's Paul Heyman's fat fingers, and then they backed it out. It turns out what we all thought were like vignettes for either returning or a debuting either faction or guys or whatever. Nope. It was the first set of promotions for WrestleMania Las Vegas. You know, the WrestleMania that was supposed to be in New Orleans, Louisiana, that I talked my wife into going, and she had signed off and was going to buy us tickets, and we were going to fly down to New Orleans to go to my third WrestleMania of all time, and I was really stupid excited about it, but then the WWE stepped up and said, no, that's not where the money is. We're going to Vegas because TKO only cares about money. They could give a damn less about you or your fandom or your family or your loving passion for professional wrestling. They don't care about any about that. The only thing that cares is about milking every freaking cent out of this thing. They don't give a crap about you. So they took WrestleMania, which was scheduled for years to be in New Orleans, one that, again, I taught my wife into going to with me. And they said, no, we'd rather do it in Las Vegas because that's where we are and that's where we're going to get all the money. Screw you, TKO. Screw you.
By the way, Fight Club tomorrow. Right here on this here program. All right, finally, the last thing.
We're going to advertise WrestleMania?
No, we will be talking about Saturday night's main event, though. All right, the last thing that's texting, and this will probably calm you down after that tirade.
This is absolutely not going to calm me down, guys.
National Cat Day.
You know what? I used to be the guy that said, oh, I'm a dog guy and cats suck and all that. I got a great cat. His name's Wade. He's about 1,000 years old, and I'm going to be honest, that's my therapy animal. So I am going to go. I got a lunch. I'm going to go do that. Then I'm going to go home, and I'm going to hug my cat and see if I can get less mad at TKO. You guys suck. Have a great rest of your day, everybody. See you back here tomorrow on the Rob Brown Show on the Fan Upstate. Later.
Oh, no! Disaster! What a bad idea!
I like that one.
Yes, and as we all know, we all get super jacked up when we talk our wives into going to WrestleMania and spending, not just spending. This was good. That was going to be our vacation. We were going to do a week. We were going to do Wednesday to Wednesday. We were going to go to both nights. We're going to do all her stuff. We were going to do the whole damn thing. Nope, going to Vegas because TKO can't get enough money. There's just not enough money for them. It is an organization that nary but a couple of weeks ago said to you and everyone else in America, we don't care that you can't afford to bring your family because that's what impacts the bottom line. They straight up said it. They said the thing. They're not supposed to say the thing. They said the thing. No, they don't care about you. And they said it out loud, which is kind of impressive, to be honest. And listen, I really hope that
it's a lot of reallys
because it's sincere. I really hope that this doesn't create a situation where we lose because we love, and I mean love, Stephanie and the rest of the people around here that work for WWE. They've been great to us over the years. And I want to keep loving wrestling. I really hope this doesn't become a thing where that relationship gets damaged, because at the end of the day, I have to be upfront and honest about how I feel about things. And watching TKO do what they are doing to pro wrestling right now, including taking a WrestleMania away from a city that was very much looking forward to it, I have to say that is bad and dumb and selfish and greedy. When it's going to cost people north of $90 to sit in the rafters for SmackDown, which is what, next Friday? I can't just like not talk about. I'm not going to sit here and be like, oh, it's not a big deal. We're not going to talk about it.
The prices will go down when people stop going to it, and people are still paying to go to it. It's a hot product.
The thing. I don't think.
And when
will.
it's a hot product, you amp up the price. That's what you do.
Again, there is some level, I think. There is some level of, when do you have enough money? When do you have enough?
Never.
And see that, like, I think that is by and large the problem. Is a lot of people, like a lot of folks, believe you can't. There's no spot where there's enough money for some people, and that is how you end up in a spot where you've got people who can't go to wrestling shows anymore. Like, I'm gonna tell you right now, and we've talked about it a bunch. I love WWE. I love live wrestling shows. As Lonzo will tell you, regularly coming to work exhausted the day after a wrestling show, because I not only go, but I'm staying till it's over. I'm staying till the dark matches are over. I'm staying all the way through. And I don't mind paying for it. But as much as I love it, and especially with where I feel a lot of the programs are right now, as much as I genuinely love wrestling, I'm absolutely not paying $90 to sit in the rafters, man. Like, I will wheel the 75-inch out to the backyard. I'll watch it out in the backyard and pretend I'm there. But I can't justify that, dude. I want to, but I can't. I cannot imagine, hey, wifey, do you care if I drop $100 and a Friday night out to go to a wrestling show? Like, it stinks, but it is what it is.
To go to any show.
That's also fair. To go to any show. So, I mean, that's it. That's it.
Way to end on a negative note.
It's not negative. It's real.
You're a negative Nancy.
No.
You're a negative Nancy.
I'm a realistic Robbie.
Wow.
Thanks. Came up with that on the fly. Yeah, I mean, listen, it's just a matter of, and I didn't even say this on the air because for Alonzo's sake, this is a result when someone in any given market gets to operate without regulation. You end up in a spot where they just buy everything that is a threat, and then they can do whatever the hell they want. And your options are participate or don't. And for somebody who's been a professional wrestling fan since I was knee high to a grasshopper, I don't want to not, but I love them. I love it. I want to be there. And I'll tell you this right now. You better believe I've already sent a notification downstairs that if we end up with a group of free tickets, I want my 2. All right. If they're free, I'm going. But I'm not paying $90 to sit in the rafters. It's not happening. I'll pay $90 to sit in the bottom bowl. I'll pay $90 to sit in the back of the on the floor because I'm tall. I'm not paying $90 to sit in the rafters. Not happening. And that's what they're going for right now. Now, maybe we get closer and a bunch of scalpers don't get what they want and they start ticking down. If I look and they drop down to $45, $50, I'll sit in the rafters for $45 because I'm going to get 4 hours in entertainment and I'll have a good time with the boys. I'm not doing $90 to sit so far up that, I'm watching ants wrestle. Not happening. Not happening. Okay, thanks for being here, everyone. I appreciate it. You're all spectacular people. All right, let me see what William said before we check out. It sucks my son is getting a wrestling. I won't bring him to show. Yeah, that's it, dude. And I'm one childless man with expendable income. And I'm like, I'm not dropping $80. I can't imagine if I had a kid or two. You're looking at William, if you want to go, you're looking at $180 to sit in the rafters with a kid. And TKO 2 weeks ago, 3 weeks ago, straight up said, we don't care. Like, we don't care about that. Like that, it sucks, man. It just hurts. It hurts my feelings, man. All right, y'all have a good day. Goodbye.